Good morning from London and good afternoon to our viewers in India. I'm James Lamont, Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Financial Times. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the fourth event in our partnership with the Indian Express, focused on India's place in the world. We greatly appreciate you taking the time to join us today. In the first three webinars in this series, we heard from thought leaders in India and overseas on the prospects for the Indian economy at this pivotal time, the evolving geopolitical landscape, and most recently, the crucial role of the banking and finance sectors in the post-pandemic recovery amid rapid digital transformation. The fourth program is one I've been particularly looking forward to. Over the next 4.5 hours, we will explore two outcomes of the pandemic that could be seen as potentially positive over the long term, amid the great hardships experienced over the past 18 months. Firstly, a major expansion of disruptive technologies that could bring major economic and social benefits. And secondly, a renewed focus on addressing climate change. We are deeply honored to have two cabinet ministers joining us for live keynote interviews during this webinar. Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT, will open the discussion on technology, while Bhupender Yadav, the Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, will open the discussion on the green economy in a couple of hours' time. Our webinar today will be structured in two sections. We'll begin by looking at the pace of technological innovation in India and at the vibrant startup environment that has spawned so many unicorns and positive disruption in finance, healthcare, and other sectors. There are still lots of questions about the regulatory environment, competition from the big platforms, and frothy valuations on the stock market. We will then move into a discussion on climate. Some have described climate change as the next global emergency, but of course it has been an emergency for a very long time. And as we heard from leaders gathered for the COP26 in Glasgow just 10 days ago, the urgency to find solutions to bring carbon emissions to net zero has never been greater. We will discuss India's announcement of a 2070 deadline for net zero emissions, its ambitious renewable energy targets, its position on coal, and steps that can be implemented to achieve real progress. Linking the two sections will be a keynote by John Doerr, one of the most celebrated venture capitalists who has just released a tremendous book, Speed and Scale, that recommends goal-setting techniques from some of the world's most innovative companies to solve the climate crisis. We close with a keynote by Rachel Kite, Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University and an advisor to the United Nations on climate change, who will share her insights on COP26 and the tasks still before us. Please do stick around for that. All of these discussions will be moderated by senior journalists from the Financial Times and the Indian Express. We have very much enjoyed working with the Indian Express, one of India's most respected news organizations, on this series of webinars, and look forward to building on this partnership next year and beyond. Now it's my great pleasure to hand over to Shabana Subramanian, Deputy Managing Editor of the Financial Express, for her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, James. A very good morning to all of you in London and good evening to everyone in India. India's recovery from the effects of the pandemic, although swifter than anticipated, has been somewhat uneven. Nevertheless, as the economy gets back on its feet, the big emerging trend is the acceleration of digitization. The value of transactions on the 5-year-old UPI platform crossed $100 billion in October. It's not just the UPI. Other modes of digital payments too are seeing greater usage, the IMPS for instance. There is also much excitement in India's e-commerce ecosystem. The number of unicorns is now nearing 100, and some of these are getting listed on the exchanges at fancy valuations. India is now home to 50,000 startups with investments running into billions of dollars. The beneficiaries of this capital are not just consumers, but also blue and white collar workers. We are honored to have today India's Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Ashwini Vaishnav, to decode for us how internet enabled services can play a big role in reforming crucial sectors like healthcare and education. To take us through the emerging trends in the startup space, we have with us a seasoned professional and investor, Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Sequoia India. There is also the prospect of a scintillating conversation with venture capitalist John Doerr. Today's session is being held against the backdrop of the just concluded COP26. New Delhi has done well to commit to reducing carbon intensity, scaling up renewable energy, and also to target net zero by 2070, while keeping in mind the need to grow the economy. India has also done well to agree to phasing down of coal usage. However, these plans require substantial financial assistance, and the rich nations are likely to bankroll only a small share. We are indeed fortunate to have with us today Bhupendra Yadav, Minister for Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Mr. Yadav will share his thoughts on how easy or difficult it will be for India to meet its green goals. Equally promising is the keynote by Rachel Kite, Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University and an advisor to the United Nations on climate change. I would like to thank all the speakers who have made time for this webinar and the audience. You have been wonderful through the series. On behalf of the Indian Express, I must say we have truly enjoyed working with Financial Times on this series. We look forward to building on this collaboration in the days ahead. I now leave the floor to Amy Kasman, South Asia Bureau Chief, Financial Times. Thank you.
Greetings from New Delhi, everybody. My name is Amy Kasman, and I'm the Financial Times South Asia Bureau Chief. It is my pleasure this afternoon to be engaging in a conversation with India's new Minister of Railways, Communications, Electronics and Information Technology, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. Before I get started with the minister, I'd like to remind you that we will be taking audience questions, and you can send in your questions in the chat box. And we'd also encourage you to share your thoughts and takeaways from the session on social media using the hashtag India in the World. I'd also like to thank, before we get started, our sponsor, Kotak Mahindra, which has kindly sponsored this session. Mr. Vaishnav has taken over in a recent cabinet reshuffle, so I'd like to start by asking him, about his priorities for, one of the most critical sectors and one of the most fastest growing and most dynamic sectors in India, and that is the IT and electronic sector. Minister Vaishnav, thank you so much for joining us. And yes, perhaps we could start by you telling us about your priorities, your policy priorities for this sector, which holds so much promise for India's future growth and really transforming the society.
Thank you, Amy. I'm very pleased to be on this webinar. In the information technology sector and electronic sector, we have 5 topmost priorities. The first is to strengthen the startup ecosystem. It's already very vibrant. How do we go from here? How do we have more and more startups? How do we support the startups during their most vulnerable phase? That is the first priority. Second is to overhaul the entire regulatory framework. We have an Information Technology Act of 2000. We need a Data Privacy Act. So this entire thing and the way social media is developing, what is the right regulatory framework that we need to decide? That is the second priority. The third priority is to ramp up electronics manufacturing. Fourth is semiconductor ecosystem. We already have a very good design setup in India. So how do we ramp it up and have fab, have manufacturing, have packaging, the entire ecosystem? Fifth is we have to develop many more public platforms, the kind of platforms we developed in payment systems, in identification. Similar platforms can we develop more and have private applications joined to this public platform. These are the 5 priorities.
Thank you very much for that. Let's come to one of the first priorities that you yourself have mentioned, and that is the startup ecosystem. India has just seen a couple of blockbuster IPOs, although unfortunately one of the companies hasn't fared, one was a smash hit on the stock exchange, another one has unfortunately not fared so well. But I'd like to ask you, what is the government doing to try to, encourage more startups, help them through their most vulnerable phases? And what do you think the next generation of successful tech unicorns are going to look like? Do you see certain areas where you think there's going to be a lot of growth and, certain sectors? And how is the government trying to encourage innovation?
So we have about 50,000 odd startups in India now. Startups are increasing every day. People are taking risks, people are getting into new ideas, they are exploring social objectives. Not many things are happening here. It's a very vibrant sector, I would say. What government is doing, government's focus is on supporting the startups during the most vulnerable phase. That is when pre-Series A, the phase when somebody has an idea, from that idea to creating a POC, the proof of concept, then moving towards the product. That is the phase when we see there is huge attrition, and that is the phase when we see that the youngsters or the other people who want to develop an idea, they need the maximum support. So our focus is on having more and more incubators, focus is on getting more accelerators, focus is on providing that small little support which can take the idea from seed stage to the a time when private sector would be very much willing to put in their investment. So that's what government is doing. And the second part, what are the areas in which we see interest? Whole framework, the whole spectrum. One can see interest of youngsters in AI, in machine learning, in IoT, in Industry 4.0, in social sectors like health sector, lots of interest in reaching the services to the people who are really, really excluded from the mainstream. So there's a lot of interest in the entire spectrum.
Okay, so another area that's of course of hot discussion, not just in India but around the world, is the question of social media regulation, the regulation of social media, and trying to achieve the balance between, free speech and at the same time stopping inflammatory speech and misinformation. The Modi government did bring in a law that was intended to try to do that, but the law has been controversial and challenged by many media organizations, in fact, which felt that it was a serious impingement on basic rights of free speech. I'd like to ask you, what is the government's view about the need for the balance between, in social media regulation? What is the kind of plan going forward? Is the government going to battle over this law for a long time in the courts, or are there new proposals planned? What's the kind of approach to the tricky issue of social media regulation?
So we see social media as a very important means of communication, means of spreading information, means of consuming variety of things like news, means of consuming entertainment. So it's social media is today ever present, omnipresent. Now the question is, what is the level of trust between the users and the platform? So the way we look at things is, we need to reinforce that trust. So let's say somebody wants to spread a information which is totally inaccurate, but that information can have huge impact on the way people behave. So do we want to create a structure, a regulatory framework where such an attempt can be stopped right away? Is that, would that be considered as, in a way, trying to reduce the freedom of speech, constrain the freedom of speech? We see that there has to be a balance, the balance in which the consumer and the trust that is implicit on the social media platforms today is properly reinforced, and that would come with a lot of self-regulation. Wherever self-regulation is not sufficient, government would have to intervene, in our opinion. We are very clear in this. We are putting the people at the focus. Putting the people at the focus, how do we make sure that technology is not misused? Technology is put to the use that it is intended to. And we all know that the impact on our society, both the good part of it and the bad part of it, both the things have to be balanced properly.
Are you looking at the introduction of new laws, or are you, is because the current law has been put in abeyance, at least in a certain degree for some organizations? Are you looking at new laws? Are you looking at possible changes to the existing law?
So the data privacy bill is the first step in improving the regulatory framework. As we discussed right at the beginning, overhauling the regulatory framework is a very important priority for the government. So data privacy bill will set that process in motion, right? Yesterday, the Joint Committee of Parliament has already completed its deliberations on the bill. They will be presenting that bill to the Parliament, and after that there will be debate, and finally that bill should hopefully get converted into a law in this forthcoming session of the Parliament. Besides that, the Information Technology Act is the second part, which is very important piece of this entire framework. That is of 2000 vintage. 2000, there was nothing like a social media, right? The platforms came much later. So we need to overhaul that also, and that will be an exercise which we will start after we place the privacy bill in place.
Okay. As we become more dependent on internet infrastructure and social media, there's also growing concern about, threats of hacking and other kind of cybersecurity threats. What is the government doing to tackle the increased cybersecurity threats that may be generated by, the increased digitalization of both government, business, and social communications?
So that's a very, very big challenge all the governments across the world are facing. See, the first thing that we are focusing on is educating the people, educating the users. See, end of the day, if we have a good password, if we have proper antivirus, firewalls, the systems properly installed, a reasonable part of the threat can be mitigated. Second is to have a unified command and control kind of setup in which various agencies which are working on this sector needs to properly integrate. There must be proper coordination. And third is the agility with which the people who are perpetuating such threats are countered. And for that, we are involving the startup ecosystem, we are involving the academia, we are involving the industry, and lots of initiatives are there, which basically how do you quickly identify the threat and how do you rapidly respond to it, and also in the process build up the systems. So that's where the focus is. Lots of work is happening on this and lots of effort is going into.
On a slightly different tangent of cybersecurity, there has been some concerns in India raised recently about possible surveillance of citizens through the use of very high-tech systems like Israeli Pegasus system. I wanted to ask you how the government sees the balance of ensuring national security, legitimate national security interests, while also ensuring citizens' legitimate privacy. I believe that you said that anything that's been done is within the law, but critics also note that, the laws are very broad and more or less allow almost anything to be done. So how is the right balance going to be struck in India on these things?
So we are a vibrant democracy, right? We have a parliamentary system. We have a very active, very, so the entire judicial system is always observing, right? So in that kind of framework, whatever the system is doing, whatever we are doing as government is precisely as per the framework which was set by the Supreme Court of India. So the law was basically set by the Supreme Court of India. So, and end of the day, we have to follow the law. That law, in my opinion, and if you can read it, you can study it. It's laid down in where it's like absolutely clear, very clearly laid out that balance between privacy and national security is very well struck in that. So that's the thing that we need to follow.
Okay. I'd like to remind our audience to send in their questions for the minister. I have some more for him, but we'd also really like to hear from you. So please use the chat box to send in your questions. Sir, it's obvious that all the kind of things that India wants to achieve with digital technology and tech startups finally depends on strong telecoms infrastructure. At the same time, we've also seen that India's telecom companies have been quite financially stretched, and many of them struggled, and we're now down to basically three left in the country. And I'd like to ask you, how do you see the future for the telecoms companies, and are further policy interventions really required, or do you think, things can go on from here on track?
A lot of policy reforms are required. You are absolutely right. Telecom is the backbone of this new digital age. The reforms that government approved in September have been very well received. Industry is now adjusting to those reforms. A lot of stress which was there in the industry is today mitigated because of those reforms. There are some structural parts of it, and then there are procedural parts of it. In terms of the structural reforms, if you look at it, the AGR definition, which was the bone of contention for many, many years, almost 2 decades, now that is behind us. So today industry can feel comfortable that, okay, whatever is the tax regime that is going to be stable, that's going to be transparent, that's going to be predictable. That is the first part of it. Second is once somebody has purchased spectrum out of the auction process, then why should there be a spectrum usage charge as a separate active? So all such things have already been put. But is that enough? I think much more needs to be done. We are already working on another set of reforms which should come in another 3 to 4 months time frame. So with that, I think the industry would get a significantly fair and reasonable level of regulatory framework. That's not enough. I think a lot more needs to be done in terms of developing our technology, in terms of telecom manufacturing, in terms of making sure that the 5G spectrum is quickly auctioned, rollout happens. So lots and lots of activity in the telecom space, I would say.
You mentioned the 5G auctions. Can you give us any sense of, when those might take place finally and what the outlook is for them?
So the system that we follow in India is we have a regulator called Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. We call it TRAI. So TRAI basically does a very extensive consultation with the industry, with all the stakeholders. So reference has been made to TRAI for 5G spectrum auctions. They have already started the consultation process. The process should end somewhere in February, March timeframe next year. Then the auction process will basically be in the Q2 of calendar year 2022.
Okay. I'd like to also ask you, I mean, you are a minister and you've had a career as an IAS officer, but as we were discussing earlier, you're perhaps one of the few IAS officers who, left the bureaucracy and the civil service in order to set up your own private enterprises, start your own startup companies. So I would like to ask you before we turn to the audience questions about, what were your experiences in the private sector and what lessons do you think you learned from your experience as an entrepreneur setting up a company that you are now bringing to your position as, in the government of India as a minister, especially dealing with startups?
So in the private sector, the challenges are very different. And the constraints that you face, constraints of cash flow, constraints of meeting the deadlines, the constraints of it's a great discipline which one learns. The focus on execution is huge in the private sector. So that is a great learning one can bring to the way government functions. And I'm very happy to admit that I learned a lot during that experience. It was a great experience. I've been a risk taker all my life, so this was good experience, and I'm very happy that in the government sector one can make a huge difference in the lives of a large number of people. So that is a very satisfying thing.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to audience questions that are starting to come in, and others who have some, please send them in the chat box. Some of these are not so much questions as comments, but I'll run them by you for your response. Somebody has said, sir, startups need concrete assistance on the ground. There's a scheme of providing collateral-free loans of up to 2 crores, but it doesn't really work as banks have so many hidden conditions. Can you please look at this and address this, because this can create employment opportunities apart from enhancing the GDP. Maybe the question should be, what is the government doing to try to ensure that these schemes work better to support the startup ecosystem, as you elaborated at the beginning?
So a lot of interface is there between our ministry, the finance ministry, and the commerce ministry. So definitely many of these feedbacks which we have received during the last previous interactions, we have taken up with the finance ministry. And recently SEBI has actually reformed based on the feedback which was received. There would be many more things which will come up, but any piece of feedback is welcome.
We have a comment here that says Indians are extremely successful in other countries, becoming the CEOs and chief technology officers of many prominent US companies. What steps is the government of India taking to retain talent locally and ensure a fertile ground for Indians to become global champions, Indian companies?
So, uh, since I've experienced these things, I can say with good authority that the more economic opportunities that we create in India, the more freedom we give to the industry, the more entrepreneurial energy we unleash, more such opportunities will come when people do not need to go to other shores. They can find the um opportunity to work in the country itself. So that's the direction in which Prime Minister Modi is steering the country towards, removing the barriers which are there, legacy barriers, historical laws. So you would be surprised the number of laws that we have repealed runs more than 1,700 old laws, archaic laws, which had no use in today's world, have been repealed. In terms of the number of compliances, more than 18,000 compliances have been removed. So that is the kind of reform which is happening, which will show the results. And these are long-term structural changes which are happening in the economy. This is what will create more opportunities so that people, and of course, people must go everywhere, see the best opportunities, work here, work in US, work in UK, work in Europe, every place. Why shouldn't?
We have a question. What is India's roadmap to 6G? We're not even at 5G yet, but some people are looking towards 6G. What is India's roadmap to 6G and quantum computing?
Thank you for asking this. This is okay. So, India didn't have its presence in terms of technology for 4G or 5G, right? Prime Minister Modi had a very clear vision, and we started the development of 4G. Because until you develop 4G, until and unless you develop 4G, you cannot really transition to 5G. So 4G development is progressing very well. We should see. I made the first call a few weeks ago. It should be completed in time frame of January to February next year. In parallel, 5G development, which is the core software, that is already started. That will be completed somewhere like third quarter of next year. So by end of next year, we'll have the 4G and 5G suites ready. With that, the process of starting 6G, uh, we have already given a go ahead to the scientists and engineers who are working on it. So 6G development has also started. That will be seen somewhere in the time frame of 2024 or 2023 end, but the process has already started. So that's the direction in which we are going. We will have designed in India telecom software for running the networks, manufactured in India telecom equipment, served in India telecom networks which can go global and provide world-class services. So that's the vision with which we are working.
Someone has noted that although India has a lot of unicorns, there's no policy on employment generation by a unicorn, and that some of these unicorns are just a few individuals with country's wealth in their pockets. Do you think that there should be some kind of conditions of employment or policies to encourage, unicorns to generate employment?
Okay, so the numbers will give the answer. About 48,000 startups are employing slightly more than 500,000 people. So it's a great employment generator already.
Okay. Now, we are getting a lot of questions for you on your portfolio as the railways portfolio. So I think I'd like to conclude by asking you, this has been asked by many listeners who clearly want to know, how serious and realistic is the Indian government's commitment towards reaching the goal of 100% railway electrification by December 2023?
Absolutely serious. The kind of work which is happening So the railway electrification used to be like 700, 800 kilometers a year. It's now happening at a pace of close to 4,000 kilometers a year, which is humongous in terms of how much industry has to support, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of the contractors, in terms of the maintenance infrastructure. So it's a very, very big exercise which is going on, and we are totally committed. We are also moving towards net zero for railways. So by 2030, we have taken a target of making Indian railways net zero. So which basically would mean having about 70 gigawatt of renewable power. So it's huge. It's huge, and already we are working on it. So you should see a lot of action on it.
All right, Minister Vaishnav, I think with that, I'm afraid we have more or less run out of time. And you have a very busy portfolio with many things, and we should probably let you get back to it. I'd like to thank you so much for joining us, and again, to thank our sponsors, Kotak Mahindra, and to thank you, the audience, for listening and for all your questions. I'd like to remind you that this panel discussion or this interview will be available on the FT's website for the next 30 days. So those of you who want all the exact details of everything that Mr. Vaishnav has promised can listen again or tell your friends about it. And in the next few minutes, my colleague Ben Parkin is going to be having a discussion with some of the most dynamic people in the Indian startup ecosystem, including Rajan Anandan of Sequoia, Pooja Rao of Cure AI, and A.S. Rajagopal of Next Generation Data Center and Cloud Technologies. So I ask you to please stick around. We've got a lot more exciting discussions coming up ahead. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Minister Vaishnav.
Thank you, Amy. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Bye.
Renewables such as wind and solar are becoming cheaper than fossil fuels in most parts of the world, but they need storage to provide a reliable, steady source of energy to power grids. That is where batteries fit in. Lithium-ion batteries, used in mobile phones and Tesla electric cars, are currently the dominant storage technology. They can be placed anywhere and provide power to the grid very quickly. But cheaper, longer duration storage technologies, most of which are not yet cost-effective, will also be required. More than 97% of the world's energy storage is currently done by pumping water up to a high reservoir and then releasing it, which drives a turbine to create electricity. The reservoir acts as a way of storing energy, but these systems may be limited by geography and increasing water scarcity. Today, though, billions are being invested in other storage technologies. In China, they're building the world's biggest vanadium battery. Vanadium is a raw material used by the steel industry. They use large tanks of separately charged electrolytes to store energy, which makes it easier to expand capacity than conventional batteries. But vanadium prices are highly volatile, which could have an impact on the cost of production. Critics believe technologies need to be based on more abundant materials, such as aluminium, sulfur, calcium, and antimony. Others are trying natural and physical solutions. A German company is storing energy by heating volcanic rock from Norway with electricity to at least 600 degrees Celsius. The energy can be stored for a week, but the target is to dispatch power overnight. Another option is hydrogen, produced through the electrolysis of water using electricity. It could store energy for longer periods of time than lithium batteries in underground caverns or depleted oil and gas fields. But despite their various advantages, these technologies will find it hard to beat the manufacturing scale of lithium ion, which has been driven by the surge of investment in electric cars over the past decade.
जिंदगी के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। You know, we'd love to hire you, but we feel it'll make our customers a bit uncomfortable. शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटा केट 11 की तरह। ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है, क्या आप इंडियन हैं? और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Benjamin Parkin from the Financial Times. Tech is transforming India like never before. Foreign investment into Indian startups has surged. A wave of tech companies are going public, and the government is preparing the next generation of infrastructure like 5G. But are markets getting overheated? Will regulation of tech and data change the sector? And is there a scramble for talent? Here to discuss this with me today is Rajan Anandan, the Managing Director of Sequoia India and Surge. We have the Chief Executive and Managing Director of NextGen Data Center and Cloud Technologies, A.S. Rajgopal, and Pooja Rao, Cure AI's co-founder and head of R&D. Please ask questions at any time in the chat box to the right of your screen. We'll get to as many as we can in the final 10 minutes. Rajan, let me start with you. What's driving the activity that we've been seeing in public and private markets over the past 18 months or so?
So thanks for having us, Benjamin. Look, I think it's a number of factors. Clearly, the single biggest driver of what we are seeing today is unprecedented global liquidity. Now that might actually start changing very soon, given what we've seen in the public markets globally over the last couple of days. But that's been the single biggest driver. I mean, we have tens of trillions of dollars at negative interest rates across the world, and so capital is looking for places where it can get a return. And private equity and venture capital, particularly within private equity, has been a terrific asset class globally over the last 30, 40 years, right? So I think that's one. I think the other two factors are, look, the Indian market is getting deeper. So if you look at India specifically and the Indian startup ecosystem, we've seen the markets getting deeper, combination of massive number of Indians now connected to the internet, a lot of the payments, commerce infrastructure being built in, etc. The entrepreneurial pool, the talent pool is getting much, much deeper. I think every year we see that the quality of the founders is getting deeper. And then finally, look, we this year we've also seen a lot of excitement in India because we've started seeing very significant exits. All right, we started the year with Indigo that went public, and then we've had a whole set of companies that have gone public from Freshworks that went public on Nasdaq to many companies that have gone public in India, Nykaa, Policy Bazaar, and so on and so forth. So it's a combination of reasons, I think, where the Indian ecosystem is really beginning to hit its stride. So it's a combination of reasons.
Thanks. And Raj, give us a data or cloud level view, as it were. What are you seeing in terms of demand and activity among your clients, both traditional brick and mortar and more new age?
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. I would say we were fortunate for the last 2 years. I mean, in fact, these 2 years, unlike many other businesses, we were growing, and there was an increased appetite both from government and from enterprises. And like we work quite a lot with Government of India. I worked with the Ministry of Health. The way they adopted technology was amazing, and at the same time, we saw that during the first wave, we saw enterprises scrambling for quite a lot of other challenges. But during the second wave, especially this year, we saw that there is quite a lot of appetite in terms of adopting technology, not just like workforce automation and all that, but people are looking at trying to reach customers. I mean, in a much better and more agile fashion. There's a lot of analytics investments happening. So we've been fortunate, and there has been tremendous growth. I mean, almost every customer there's an opportunity that we are discussing. So it's a rapid surge last 1 year for us.
And Pooja, give us an entrepreneur or founder perspective. What has it been like as a company, particularly when it comes to sort of investor interactions and interest?
So I'll reflect what everybody else is saying in general. That there's definitely been a surge in fundraising activity in India, at all stages, valuations, the amount of capital, the number of companies, and things like that, right? So there's a lot of investor confidence in the market, and also in this moment in time, right? So it somehow seems like the high valuations that we're seeing, they speak quite a lot about the investors' confidence in their own ability to do well as much in the future, as much as they do about the company, the market, and so on, right? So to put it another way, we've seen private investor confidence perhaps even reinforced by this string of IPOs in being able to make a return, which is maybe slightly different from producing value for the economy, right? But the thing with healthcare specifically is that globally there has been an absolute surge in venture funding for healthcare. In the US, especially, you saw in the first half of 2021 alone, venture funding for healthcare that exceeded all of 2020, right? Which is maybe not saying a lot. We haven't quite seen that reflected in India. There's still only a small pool of investors in India that specialize in healthcare, and maybe they're not quite so optimistic about, waiting it out for the long term for healthcare in India to catch up.
Yeah, well, I mean, how has the pandemic changed medical? Staying with you, Pooja, how has the pandemic changed medical technology, as it were?
So I think during the pandemic, we saw enormous excitement for healthcare, the success of the vaccines, the success of Moderna, the realization that healthcare is important. That drove a lot of investment, a lot of excitement. So that's one thing. Another thing is that as a result of everybody staying home, a lot of new market areas opened up, a lot of new business models within healthcare, things like digital health, telemedicine, even new ways of doing primary care opened up. I'm saying globally in the US, of course. So you have digital health, you have various apps, you have things like wearables for fitness. We suddenly got very comfortable with the idea of being able to monitor our vital signs at home. Then we have things like mental health app services, even continuous glucose monitors. And if you look a little bit more into biotech, then you have neurotechnology, bioelectronic longevity, all of this, right? And what translated into India, I think, is still only a very small tip of the iceberg. So there's a lot more that can be done. We saw very good responses, tech-led responses during COVID-19, but maybe not as much as we should have, right? So India is clearly in a very different stage when it comes to healthcare than the US, and a very different set of challenges.
Yeah.
There's one more thing which is maybe interesting, staying on healthcare, and then I'll give the others a chance to say something as well. Is that we see that globally all of the major technology companies, big tech, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, everybody's super keen to get into tech, right? You have Amazon with their online pharmacy, even in China, JD Health, Tencent, Apple with their cardiac monitoring, and so on, right? And India as well, you see a lot of the big names, Geo setting up health hub systems to focus on digitizing lab and hospital records, right? So health is on every big tech's radar. It's not that anyone has, there's no clear winner there yet. In fact, there have even been some big name failures, but I do think that in the next 6 months or so, we'll see a lot more activity from big tech in the health space.
Thank you. One very topical subject that I think we have to touch on is Paytm's IPO, which is the largest IPO in India, attracted a lot of attention, but fell quite a bit on its debut. And there's been a lot of discussion that's followed. Could I ask, starting with you, Rajan, from an outsider perspective, I mean, what happened and what does this mean for the market and valuations going forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't comment on what happened. You'll have to ask the investors who actually bought the stock. But what I can say is, look, there are some companies that will list and will see a significant increase in the first day or first several months after they go public. There are other companies that will list. I distinctly remember Facebook had gone public. And that summer, I was actually in New York, and a bunch of my friends run very large hedge funds. The stock had dropped actually from the mid 30s, I think almost to $15 or $16 or something like that. It dropped by 50%. And all my buddies were asking me, what should we do about the Facebook stock? And I'm like, look, you should buy it because this is a phenomenal entrepreneur who's got a phenomenal franchise, and Facebook will absolutely continue to monetize at scale, right? And when I think about Paytm, look, Vijay is an extraordinary entrepreneur, right? This is not somebody who started up 3 or 4 years ago, right? He's 23 years into this. He's had many pivots. Paytm is the latest avatar of this company, and when you have a consumer franchise that's got over 100 million users that are highly engaged, right? It's a matter of time before you can monetize that at a lot of scale, right? Already, by the way, this company has $400-500 million of revenue. Obviously there are investors who posed a number of questions as to, the business model and so on and so forth. But a fintech business model where payments at the core, where you're, able to layer in lots of other revenue streams, is something that we have seen around the world, right? I mean, Ant Financial was built like that. And Ant Financial, I don't think anybody would argue, is not a phenomenally successful company on revenue, on profits, on pretty much everything, right? So I do think, I think there's a lot of discussion about Paytm's IPO. It's been 2 days. I guess today is the third day. But I think the real verdict on Paytm is going to be 5 or 10 years from now, right? And look, I have no doubt that Paytm will continue to be an extremely interesting company. I think it's going to follow the trajectory of, some other companies that went public and didn't have the kind of first few days after an IPO that they would have expected. In fact, usually they have a 2-3 months of not so great performance, and then they start picking up as the business continues to sort of deliver results. So it's a long answer to your question. I don't think the Paytm. I know there's a lot of concern about whether Paytm. In fact, yesterday, by the way, we had a company called Go Colors. It was oversubscribed 130 times. Right, it's in the Sequoia portfolio, right? And then you can look at a company like a Nika or a Policy Bazaar and so on and so forth. Now, do keep in mind, though, public markets, have never seen the kind of peak that we've seen, right? Both in tech privates and tech publics. But if you look at outside of the top 10 US tech companies, I just saw some data, right? I mean, they're down between 30 and 70% over the last couple of weeks. So there's been a massive correction in a number of these companies. So I think what we should keep in mind is nothing that goes up stays up, right? So there's at some point going to be a correction in public and private markets, and when that happens, it's going to impact everybody, right? But at this point in time, if you look at our portfolio, we have a very large portfolio across India and Southeast Asia, which is where I'm based. We haven't seen any slowdown of investor appetite for companies that are very well run in interesting markets. So I know there's a lot of discussion about Paytm, but you always pick the one company, maybe that dropped a lot, and not talk about the other companies that have doubled or tripled, or the company that yesterday got oversubscribed 130 times. That should say it all, right? So anyway, that's a long answer to your question, Ben, but that's sort of at least my view of it. And I'm a massive Paytm bull.
Well, it's got attention, and we're talking about it because it's the largest IPO ever in India, right? And it's a household name. So, Raj, do you have a view on whether we're in kind of bubble territory when it comes to valuations and so on? And any thoughts on what Rajan's been discussing?
No, I don't think so, because it's first of all, I believe Paytm was. It is too short a time to judge this stock at this moment, and there are so many other success stories in India that it is too early to say that it is a bubble. For me, I don't understand going public so very well, but I just did a debenture recently. It was like going public, but only when I'm not able to raise money from PE or an institutional investor is when I would go public, because it's a different animal as an entrepreneur to actually handle. It is a totally different thing. As an entrepreneur, I would be averse to going public unless and until I have to get an exit for my investors. If they're not getting a secondary exit, maybe I should try and go public and get it. So my view is that India has a long way to go. And if you see The biggest problem in India is that there's still so much more population, so much more of SMEs to be engaged in this digital journey that the journey is I mean, I think we'll take another 5 6 years before we actually start looking at market saturation. So market opportunity is so high that we will continue to grow, and it is still very early days in India for technology companies.
And staying with you, Raj, is there the right infrastructure in place for digital growth in the medium and long term in India?
No, not at all. Actually, that's one of the areas that we want to clearly work on. Today, the Indian infrastructure is actually more or less curtailed to a few cities in India, and that doesn't actually cover the population pretty deep. There are 645 districts in India, which are reasonably big, and it's important to take the network and compute closer to the user who's actually generating this data and consuming applications. So I think the first step is to build a very strong edge computing network. That's what we are working on. We are working on building 236 edge locations in India where we can do compute locally instead of transporting the data right through to these central locations. Few of these cities where we have a lot of compute infrastructure. The other thing that I believe is that as the mobile networks become bigger and bigger, let's say 5G, which will take some time to go to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but even 4G, and as they consume more and more bandwidth on the wireless networks, the terrestrial networks could get choked. I mean, so it's no point carting data all across the country. It's a fairly large country. I think the best way to do it is actually process it as closer to the user as possible, so that user gets a much better experience. So I would believe that the next wave of IT infrastructure for India is to go deeper into the country and enable new applications, new things to be done with the user, and that's how we'll be able to solve it for the medium term.
Rajan, a question for you, and then Pooja. Well, let's talk about foreign tech companies in India. You were the former head of Google India. What has the relationship between big tech, West Coast UX tech giants, been like with the homegrown tech scene? Is it amiable or antagonistic or somewhere in between?
I think, I mean, the short answer is, look, India is a open market, right? With in many ways a level playing field, as level as it can get. I know some of our founders would say that it's not a level playing field, but when I look around the world and compare India to many other countries, I do think it's a pretty level playing field. And so it's a level, it's a country where everybody is going to coexist, right? We're going to have big tech companies as we do today, and they're going to get larger and larger. We have a large number of Indian companies, many of whom have been very very successful, despite India being an open market, and they will grow from strength to strength. So occasionally, you will see some concerns, like for instance, I think it was last year where there was a big concern about Google Place and the rev shares that Google Play wanted to have. So there'll be issues like that. There'll be some issues from our local payments companies about Google Pay or WhatsApp Pay, etc. But look, the reality is, in every segment, in some segments, you have big tech companies going up directly against Indian tech companies. You can look at sort of ride hailing and mobility, where it's Uber and Ola, right? Where Ola has very much held their ground, right? And if you look at what Ola is doing today, it's just super, super interesting. You can look at Amazon and Flipkart. Obviously, Flipkart was acquired by Walmart, so you could say it's Amazon and Walmart. But despite Amazon and Walmart, here comes along a company like Nykaa, and builds a 15 billion market cap company, right, over a period of 7 or 8 years, which is quite phenomenal. And now you have next generation companies like Misho. So I think India is, and you have other segments where really, it's hands down Indian companies, right? That by far are leading. I mean, you can look at new spaces like ag tech or digital health, where Pooja is building a very interesting company there. You can look at a number of these spaces, right? Look at Byju's. For a long time, Ben, people, while I was at Google, they used to ask me, who's going to be the Google of India? I think that's the wrong reason. I mean, the Google of India is Google because they're a search company. Actually, the right question is, who's the Byju's of the world, right? Or who's the Cure.ai of the world? And that is going to be an Indian company, right? Byju's of the world is going to be Byju's, right? So I think a decade from now, in the US, they'll talk about amazing edtech innovations from around the world. And I'd hazard a guess that Byju's is going to be one of those companies that Americans will talk about in large numbers, much like we talk about a Google or a Facebook, because it impacts everybody's lives. So India is a country where we've coexisted. Different races, different nationalities, for 5,000 years, right? And the same applies to business, except for a brief moment in history where, we didn't welcome foreign businesses. So I think companies are going to coexist. We will see, skirmishes, if I can call them that, over specific issues for some period of time. But I do think big tech has been hugely instrumental in developing our tech ecosystem, right? The reason we have an e-commerce infrastructure that is fully built up and scaled up is because Amazon and also Flipkart, now Walmart, have literally spent $30 billion, over $30 billion over 8 years, actually building out e-commerce infrastructure, driving massive awareness campaigns to convince consumers to buy, giving discounts that actually, prompt users to buy, and so on and so forth. So same thing with ride hailing and so on and so forth, right? And if not for Android phones and Reliance with their 4G networks, we wouldn't have 600 million Indians who are connected to the internet every single day. So I think this is going to be a market where companies will coexist, and quite frankly, the best companies are going to win, right? I think what excites me most about India is the best companies win here, and if you can win here, my view also is that this decade we're going to see Indian companies winning globally, right? I don't know when you've been to the Middle East. Recently, I went to Dubai. Whether it's Urban Clap, whether it's Rebel Foods, they're all in the Middle East, and GCC is a $3 trillion region, right? With with a very small proportion of the Indian population, but it's a very large regional bloc, and there's no reason whether it's GCC, whether it's MENA, whether it's Africa, whether it's Southeast Asia, whether it's Latin America, and you have a company like Freshworks, right? Freshworks is winning in the US, and that's a born in India company that's been global from day zero.
Yeah, fascinating. And Pooja, as Rajan alluded to, we're talking about foreign companies in India, but you are an example of an Indian company that is operating in many, many countries around the world. So what's your view on the potential for Indian companies to export technology and innovation in your sector and more broadly?
So the nice thing about being an entrepreneur in India, I think, is because you have two sets of large opportunities, right? You can choose to build for one of the largest and the fastest growing markets in the world, or you can choose to take inspiration from all of those companies that develop from India for the world and do that, right? Or you don't even have to choose. You can potentially do both. So we're a 6-year-old company. We build AI algorithms for healthcare, and about 80 to 85% of our customers are outside India, right? So not only the US, but also, as Rajan was alluding to, in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Australia, the EU, and so on, right? So it's now perfectly feasible. In fact, for the past 20 years, it's been feasible to have this build in India, built for the world model, right? And the reason that we can do this is, one, clearly because we have abundant talent here. The current tech talent war notwithstanding, there's excellent and abundant talent. But the other reason that we can do this is this global world without boundaries that we live in, right? Since software and tech is a global phenomenon, we don't have those barriers to building world-class products and building for the world, right? So just like these tech giants can become widely used in India, they don't have geographical boundaries to coming here and being successful. Those barriers and boundaries go both ways, right? So as a company in India, you also don't then have any barriers to expanding or being able to build for the world, right? It's only because we have a Google, because we have a Zoom, because we have Amazon, that we're able to even build tech and be able to export it successfully, right? In terms of leveling the playing field, I really couldn't ask for more in terms of policy. We've just established that there are pools of capital flowing into Indian tech. So I don't think we could ask for more in terms of leveling the playing field.
Raj, you're working on an app that is designed to be an alternative to the kind of big tech social media model. So, can you tell us, in your view, what's wrong with that model for India, but more broadly?
Yeah, actually, we're building an app called Mine. It's about, I mean, the target audience is actually all over the world. We thought if we could build something that is that corrects these small anomalies in social media globally, it's a very good opportunity to address. Social media brought a lot of good things to the. I mean, to many of us. I mean, but the real problem is that now they've crossed the lines. Earlier, it was only about sharing of data, some information about me, and in the name of personalization, it was very good. But now the big tech has crossed the line. I mean, today they are listening to us. I mean, they are actually, I don't know whether they're watching. So the privacy intrusion has now become pretty physical. It is no longer about data being utilized. I mean, people are listening to us. That means, I mean, it's physical privacy being intruded. I mean, I know there are ways and means of actually blocking it and all that, but a lot of people don't do, and these guys are benefiting. I actually, I mean, a very, very contrarian view, and my apologies to both the other. I've built a very successful business in India. I mean, I'm very happy where I am. I mean, it's in the same regime that this happened. We started in 2012, and we're still around, and we're growing. So I thought it's time that we do something that will go and impact the world, and we are taking privacy as a core deliverable to the consumer, and we actually thought that tech is actually far more enabling than what it is viewed today. I see that all apps only do three simple things. I mean, one is they enable discovery, then they enable interactions and transactions. The moment you can abstract these three utilities and then commit privacy to that, I think we can deliver any use case on using technology. So our thought process was to build a super app, I mean, which is committed to user privacy. It's called Mine, and we're taking to the global markets. Today, Mine is used in about 50 countries. Not so many users, but we are happy about the number of seeds that we have sown all across the globe. Now it's about nurturing those seeds and making them into bigger communities in each of these places. That's what we are attempting to do. But primarily, it's about privacy, no ads, no commissions. That's what we're trying to deliver and bring businesses and citizens together.
Interesting. And that brings us to the important topic of data protection and privacy. There's been this bill pending in one form or another for a few years now. Raj, how do you see those regulations evolving in India in the coming months or years?
Yeah, look, I think India has
They'll
been
keep.
very aggressive. Oh, sorry, Raj, go ahead.
Oh,
Raj,
No,
please
go ahead.
go ahead. You're the no, please go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah,
No,
sorry.
Raj and
Raj,
Raj, you go first, Raj.
Okay, sure. No, I think regulation will keep catching up because it is at the rate at which it's evolving. We will never be able to catch up with regulation. So it will always. But I think it's more about the growing professional ethic within the companies. I mean, the global companies and companies which are focused on customers will start self-regulating. That's the first thing that should happen. I think government regulation will only catch up because even if this bill is passed, I think it doesn't cover physical privacy intrusions at all, though it is part of the fundamental right. I mean, we are not at all there. I'm sorry, Rajan, but this is how I see it. I mean, and I believe that we could correct it.
yeah, Rajan, go ahead on your view, particularly on regulation around data protection and privacy. It's an extremely important question for investors, for companies, and and more broadly, what other kind of regulations do you expect we might see in the coming years in India?
Yeah, I think before we get to privacy, just to comment on, I think look, India has been very progressive when it comes to regulation associated with technology and enabling technology in India, right? So if you look at something like net neutrality, which we don't talk about a lot more, right? India's net neutrality policies are much more progressive, let's say, even than the US, not in the current regime, but the previous regime, right? If you look at what we've done with payments, we've got the most advanced digital payments ecosystem in the world because of the UPI framework, and so on. Similarly, we're going to have the most advanced digital lending ecosystem in the world just 3-4 years from now, thanks to account aggregator and what we're doing with Open and things like that. So I think in general, I think we have a very thoughtful set of regulators. It does take us time to get to the right answer, but I think we've got a really good track record of doing that, right, in sector after sector. It's not as fast as anybody would like. I think Raj just mentioned that, but I think we do get there. Now, when it comes to privacy and data security, I think, look, we've got to, as a nation, number one, do things that are right for consumers. I think at the end of the day, that's what's really, really important. But number two, though, we should also make sure that we do the right things for innovators, right? Some of the things I'm not up to speed with what's the latest in the on data privacy and with the most recent law. But when I was at Google, I was very involved in it, and I'd say up until about a year, I was quite familiar with what was going on. The challenges with some of the proposals was that it would completely destroy innovation, right? If you say that, at the end of the day, as a user, I should control my data, right? In many ways, that's what account aggregator is, right? It's a revolutionary framework for lending, where basically for any lender, I can actually, at the click of a button, release all my data, that specific lender. But it is my decision, right, to do that or not. I think so. So I think just putting the power back into the consumer's hand, making sure that the consumers have complete control of your data today. I mean, it's there in pockets. I think that makes a lot of sense. We also need to be very, very clear, make sure that not just in data privacy, but in many other sectors, from e-commerce to digital health to gaming, we want to make sure that we have regulation that enables and accelerates innovation, not stifles innovation, right? So those are the, if you think about it, right, there are three sort of dimensions to this. Most important is protect the consumer, right? That's really what this is all about. Second is make sure that we accelerate and enable and encourage innovation. And third is protect the nation state, right? And when I say protect the nation state, I'm talking about things like cybersecurity and so on, right? So that's sort of the simple way I think about it. As always, I think the first time a regulation comes out, it's a bit over ambitious. It's probably trying to do too many things. But I'm confident, having been here now. I came back from the US about 15 years ago, and so I've seen several regimes now and several eras of tech policy making in India. But I think it just gets better because we get more informed and it's very thoughtful. So I think, having seen both at Google but now at Sequoia, I get to see sort of what's going on around the world. I'm kind of happy that we're in India, because we tend to get to the right answer eventually, right? So, for instance, one of the policies the startup ecosystem has been really pushing for over the last almost 2 years now is the ability to list Indian companies directly on international exchanges, right? And that's something that the finance minister sort of announced in the budget in 2020, and then again this year, and it's been passed in parliament, but it hasn't been operationalized yet. So that's an enabler, right? That's something that will really accelerate our ecosystem, but it needs to be passed. So we're hoping that over the next 3, 4, 5 months we get to that. So there's I do think especially for in a country like India, technology regulation and policy is a massive accelerator for innovation, but we need to do that keeping in mind that at the end of the day we have to protect our consumers, and we have to be very, very thoughtful about national security.
Pooja, you're dealing with one of the, if not the most sensitive category of data, medical data. In India, what is your relationship with the regulators like? And I guess it's interesting because, unlike a lot of tech companies, you're already operating in quite a heavily regulated space. So what kind of lessons does that, your experience have for other companies?
So there are, I think, three aspects to it from an India perspective. First is this personal data protection bill that we've been talking about, that's either being tabled or is going to be soon tabled. And that one has a lot of emphasis on the physical localization of data, where that data sits. But I think there's some clarity lacking in terms of how this will be implemented in the age of a borderless internet, where we have streams of data that are being generated, analyzed, and in real time, right? So there's questions like, what about copies of the data or access to the data, right? Can you display that data, for instance, in somebody's browser or in a mobile app that's not sitting in India, right? So those kinds of questions are not answered by this bill. Also, the emphasis on individual ownership of data, the portability of that data from one system to the other, especially healthcare data. So that's not quite as well emphasized as it should be. So that's the personal data protection bill. In India, we also have something that has been in the works for a couple of years, which is the National Health Stack or the India Health Stack. It's not necessarily regulation. It's more of a government endorsed technical framework that makes both personal health records and service provider records sort of available on the cloud in an interoperable manner. The nice thing about this is that this one does rightly, I believe, have that emphasis about people should be able to own their own healthcare data, take it out of the system, and pass it on to a different system if they want to. I believe at least there are provisions for that, so that's great to hear. That I think though for healthcare, when we speak about regulations, we tend to speak a lot about data flows, and so on. But healthcare regulation is something else entirely, right? So when we have a digital technology, new types of digital apps, software for healthcare, right? It's a matter of safety and efficacy. So that means that if you have, even if it's just software that you're displaying some health symptoms on somebody's app, or you're explaining to a doctor, or guiding a doctor on how they should proceed. The question is, have we really demonstrated that this kind of healthcare technology works, that it's safe and effective, right? So are we asking questions like, has my digital symptom checker been shown to work? Does my continuous glucose monitor, for instance, give accurate readings, right? Is there evidence that a mental health app is benefiting individuals and not causing harm, right? So in the US or in the EU or in various geographies, we know exactly what trials to run and what evidence we need before the technology can be marketed there. So there's a clear path to commercialization. And this is something, I believe, which is much more needed in India. So once we have this side of the health regulatory system in place as well, much like we do for medicines, then it's clear to businesses how health tech can be on the market in a safe and compliant way, but it's also clear to consumers what health tech they can trust. And I think it's also clear then to investors what direction to look in.
Thanks. Raj, you have a lot of government clients. How do you find the government in general and Indian authorities when it comes to supporting technology and innovation, not just in the rhetoric, but in practice?
There has been last 2 years. Has been an accelerated adoption. For example, we worked quite a lot with Ministry of Health. The way they put in an effort to actually automate it, and then finally we had CoWIN. We run CoWIN as a platform in our cloud. I also worked with the Election Commission of India. I'm aware of the effort that they've put in to ensure that it is secure, and also they have. They've tried to ensure that it's all very transparent, and so the I strongly believe across departments. I also host financial intelligence unit in Delhi, in one of our data centers. So I have seen that the decisions in government are faster than a lot of enterprises. The private enterprise should look at some great examples in technology that government has taken and actually transform themselves at the same pace as government is doing. I would strongly believe that across board there is a lot of effort to adopt technology and rapid implementation. They are all looking at overnight success. And they are really pushing tech providers and service providers to actually deliver that. And it is at a rapid scale and a great deal of agility, which I actually don't see it in, especially in the traditional enterprises in India who've been there for decades. Of course, the newer generation of private enterprises are very agile, but the older and the banks and all that, they're not really doing so much as what government is doing. They're setting a great example.
One more question on regulation, Rajan. I wanted to ask you. Sequoia is invested in a cryptocurrency company, CoinSwitch, right? And crypto in India has had a bumpy ride, to put it mildly, and there's been talk not that long ago of an outright ban. What do you expect to see happen with regards to the crypto market and regulation? Or what do you hope to see?
Yeah, I think maybe the more appropriate. I don't know. I don't know what's going to come. The government would know that. But I can tell you what I think India should do. Right. Look, basically, it's really not about crypto. It's about Web3. Web3 is going to transform everything that we know about everything, right? In many ways, when you think about Web2, which is all the internet companies that we talk about today, right? Be it Flipkart, be it Ola, be it Zomato, be it Oyo, be it pick your favorite consumer internet company in India, make my trip. In many ways, in Web2, we've been very successful at building India leading businesses, right? Because we're in India, right? Web3 though gives us an opportunity to lead the world, in an entirely new set of technology platforms that is going to, over the next 20, 30, 40 years, going to reshape every industry that we know of, right? Currently, I mean, if you look at Web3, really it's about, NFT, gaming, and DeFi, right? And then there's sort of, what we call Web3 infrastructure, whether it's, security, single sign-on, things like that. And these are all, global from day zero, because this entire sort of global ecosystem is being built. And I think what India should do, absolutely, we should not. We should have very smart regulation, right? And create a regulatory framework where, again, right, we protect the nation, we protect consumers, but we encourage innovation at scale. And what's very, very interesting, Ben, is Singapore. I don't know whether you guys know this, the audience knows this, but Singapore has become the central nervous system for Web3 in the world today, right? And they've done it with very smart regulation, right? And by the way, not only that, Dubai now is actually catching up very, very quickly, because what they've said is, let's come up with some very smart regulation where we get to protect the nation state, things like anti-money laundering. We get to protect consumers, but at the same time, we encourage innovation at scale, because all of a sudden, we've talked about the internet being the ultimate leveler, right? And creating this sort of global marketplace that you can access with the click of a button. But Web3 truly is global. It's global from day zero, right? And it doesn't matter what you're building on Web3. You're essentially building for the world from day zero. So what I'm really hoping the Indian government will do, and I think there are parts of the government that completely understand this extraordinary potential that the Web3 has for a nation like India, especially a nation with so many entrepreneurs, with 8 million in software engineers, and so on and so forth, and many, many problems locally that we can solve with Web3, but also, sort of global opportunities, for our entrepreneurs, and for India to really become a global powerhouse in Web3. So I'm hoping that we will make the right decisions. But as I said, look, I'm very optimistic, right? Where it doesn't matter which technology related policy we talk about. Eventually, I think we end up doing the right thing. But on this one, I do hope that it happens sooner rather than later, because I would hate for India to be superseded by a nation state like Singapore when it comes to the most important set of technologies that we're going to face over the next 10, 20, 30 years.
Let's take a few audience questions in the few minutes we have left. So just briefly, Pooja, there's a question about talent here, and given your role also involves R&D, is there enough R&D happening in India, or is more needed for the kinds of transformations that we all like to see?
With regard to talent, I think we're currently seeing, for the past few months, we've been seeing not really a shortage of talent, but really, maybe it's hard to hire developers, things like that. And this is partly driven, I think, the shortage of talent, I think, is just driven by the fact that remote work has become so common. If you want to get people to the office, you probably have to get them to, to pay them much more, or that people want to work in Web3 rather than what is your traditional tech, right? So, but this is like a temporary phenomenon. With respect to R&D, yes, I think there's certainly a long way to go. Uh, in India, with the amount of R&D that we can do, with the talent that we have, so much to catch up on, and really a long way to go.
Raj, there's a question about artificial intelligence. The question is, how will artificial intelligence inspire India towards moving a smart policing ecosystem? So policing may be a bit specific, but broadly, what kind of role do you see artificial intelligence, and in light of the previous question about the government's work on incorporation of technology, what role does artificial intelligence play?
First of all, I mean, I must tell you one important thing that's happening in policing. Supreme Court has given an order that actually all police stations should be monitored. Video monitored, CCTV, and you should analyze. So, what I see across a lot of states, I mean, we are working in UP and Assam in a few places, but is that first police are policing themselves, what they're doing in the police station, which I believe is a very good way to do it before even you start policing the public. I mean, you are actually started to police themselves. So it's a very nice initiative, and there is a significant amount of infrastructure being deployed by the police station, and it is driven by Supreme Court to roll out. So in that form, I think it will balance out the way policing will be perceived going forward in India. But I believe there is so much to be done. But the good part is that most times when we are actually looking at an incident, you would see that, I mean, there is some capture of CCTV footage, and today we have all the tools available in India. Thanks, I mean, it's all in open source that we can analyze these video streams and make some very good decisions in for the sake of citizen safety. Um, I don't know what the question is, but in terms of smart policing, I think first police are actually looking at using tech to actually improve themselves. I strongly believe that, and then they would use technology definitely to ensure that we are able to provide a safe citizen experience. Because in India, I personally believe that there is a lot of lack of discipline, and I think we need to put a lot of systems that can scale and actually manage these population, and rather than just increase the number of policemen that are there on the street. So I think smart police is a way to go, and there is a significant investment happening, both policing the citizens and policing internal to police stations.
Rajan, in the 2 minutes we have left, more like 90 seconds, you talk about Baiju's. There's a question here. Is the public sector education landscape in India ready to absorb large-scale edtech investment? So what kind of role can edtech play in India's public education system?
No, I mean, I think technology should play a much greater role in education in both private and public sector. And I think in public sector, the impact obviously will be significantly higher because 90+% of our schools are actually public sector schools. A large number of them are in very small towns, all spread across India. So I think, it starts off with connectivity, right? These schools have to get connected, then they have to have computing equipment and so on and so forth. And I think that's sort of happening. And now the question is, how do you get remote learning established? In these public sector schools, how do you use technology the right way? So I think the opportunity is enormous, and in fact, we're quite excited about. As Sequoia, we are fortunate to be investors in Byju's. So Byju's is now actually partnered with Niti Aayog to take some of their content and offer it for free, and their tools, right, to a whole set of these public sector schools. So I think many of these partnerships should happen, and then the government, especially as they think about additional building out infrastructure for schools. Obviously, the most important thing is we need to have more teachers that are very capable. But I think technology is absolutely an accelerator, and EdTech has. Look, India will be the EdTech capital of the world. I mean, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Right? We already have several 4 or 5 I think EdTech unicorns now. We'll have 2 dozen EdTech unicorns by 2025. But I think more importantly, we will become the EdTech capital of the world, because if you think about the number of teachers the world needs to educate all the children that the world has, and the number of teachers we have today and the number of teachers that we can have, it's quite phenomenal, right? So, in many ways, much like IT services, right? We became the IT services capital of the world, the BPO capital of the world. We will become the EdTech capital of the world. So both educating our own children, but also educating children of the world.
Thank you, Rajan. Thanks, Raj, and thanks, Pooja. This session will be available for at least 30 days on the event website. Next, we have my colleague, Miles Krupa, in conversation with John Doerr, the celebrated Silicon Valley venture capitalist. Thank you, everyone, again, and to the audience, and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
जिंदगी के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। You know, we'd love to hire you, but we feel it'll make our customers a bit uncomfortable. शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटक 811 की तरह। ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है, क्या आप इंडियन हैं? और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
We should draw on capital from all the sources in the world, and those would include venture capital for basic R&D, growth level capital. To scale up the deployment. In fact, I like to say that deployment is an innovation in its own right. We need both the technologies that we have today to be deployed, the now, as well as the new. Besides startup and growth capital, then there's a strong need for project finance. The federal government can play an important role in guaranteeing access to capital through loan guarantee programs. There's fundamental funding of research and development, which India has an abundance of great global technical talent. And then finally, there's a role for philanthropy to take on some of the tough.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our next keynote panel. I'm joined by somebody who really doesn't need much of an introduction. His name is John Doerr. He is the chair of the venture capital firm Kleiner Perkins. You might know him from early investments in Google and Amazon and many other internet companies. He also led a wave of early investment in clean tech from Kleiner in the 2000s. And he now has a new book out called Speed and Scale that is all about the climate catastrophe and how we can make, there you see it, and how we can make even more progress and execute on big changes that need to happen to stem climate change. John, would you like to tell us a little bit more about your thesis in the book?
Sure. You know, the state of the world is we're dumping 59 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere every year, as if it's some kind of free and open sewer. And the science tells us that to have a habitable outcome, we need to cut those emissions in half by 2030, which for the math wizards in our audience, given the underlying growth in human activity, means that carbon emissions have got to decline by 8% per year, starting right now. And in fact, we need to go to net zero by 2050. That's the goal to get us to a habitable world. Now, we've never reduced carbon emissions in recent times. So this is going to require commitments, action, country by country, on a scale that is greater than what was needed to win World War II. And you'll recall that the Allies in that historic 4-year period of time ceased making automobiles and appliances and turned that productive capacity over to making battleships and airplanes. So what we have is plenty of goals. There's the very useful first ever global climate agreement around the Paris goals. But goals are not a plan. And so the contribution of this book, Speed and Scale, is to create a plan with 6 great big objectives, 4 accelerators, ambitious, pragmatic, but doable. And if we do them, the science will tell us that we can get to a warming of the planet of 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial times. But it won't be easy. This plan is both the actions that we need, and it's also the backbone of the book. So I want to take a moment to tell you what the 6 things are that need to be done, and we can splice this into the conversation. But first, we've got to electrify transportation globally, in India in particular. The biggest source of gains is decarbonizing the grid. Then we need to fix our food systems, both reduce the amount of beef and dairy that we eat, reduce food waste, and improve agriculture. A 4th key element of this plan is to protect nature, our forests, stop deforestation, our oceans, our wetlands, our grasslands. Then we must clean up industry. how it is we make really fundamental materials like concrete and steel. And even miles after we've done all 6 of those things, well, those 5, there's going to remain some very hard to remove carbon emissions. And so we'll need a combination of mechanical solutions like direct air capture and natural solutions to get that stubborn carbon out of the equation. Now, that's a very tall order, but that's not the half of it. We've got to do this with an incredible urgency. And so the book closes with 4 chapters that are the accelerants: using politics and policy, growing power of movements, considerably more innovation than we have today, and finally, you touched on it, a greater level of investment. That's the speed and scale plan. And it is shamelessly modeled on and borrowed from Andy Grove's system for managing complex, large, ambitious tasks. That's the systems of objectives and key results, or OKRs.
Right. John, really quickly, can you give us sort of the lay of the land? You talk about these sort of 5 big countries that account for much of the emissions. Where do you see India in terms of progress in these areas?
So India is the 3rd largest user of energy. It's as you know, the largest and the most rapidly growing democracy. Its level of energy use and emissions are well below the global standards. And I think it's an incredibly exciting area to talk about climate change. Today, some 70% of India's emissions come from the use of coal to generate electricity. But there's a grand program, I think it's called the National Mission, to, in a decade's time, get to 450 gigawatts of solar, which would be the same as the United States, and shift the energy mix from 70% coal to just 30%, and matching that with 30% of renewable resources. Modi declared at the last Paris Summit some 6 years ago that this was a national priority, and I believe that India can do this, as well as electrify its transportation and clean up its manufacture of cement and steel. So it's every nation, and in India in particular, wants a reliable grid and to be independent of foreign sources of oil. And so I'm very excited to see India's progress and potential in the climate crisis.
Right. You mentioned that India is still very reliant on coal. Solar infrastructure seems to be scaling up pretty quickly, but where else could you see clean tech, maybe private clean tech companies, startups having an impact, an outsized impact in the country?
Oh, this touches every element of economic activity. So one of the largest is transportation, and India invests about $100 million today in electric buses, with a plan for that to grow to $1 billion over the next 4 years. Broadly speaking, the electrification of transportation is gated by batteries and breakthrough in batteries. There's every reason to believe that India can be a leader in advanced batteries. Private enterprises should, in my view, really focused on the largest of these markets. That they can go to work on getting gas out of buildings, more efficient heating and cooling through heat pumps. The demand for air conditioning in India is off the charts. So those are where the big wins are. And we're very early in this transformation of the world's economy and the Indian economy.
Right. India has set this goal, as you mentioned, of producing 450 gigawatts of renewable energy by the year 2030. How attainable is that? How do you sort of measure the progress and what needs to be done to get there?
It's absolutely attainable, and I think there's a combination of factors that include strong national and state policy, include local industry and manufacturing. Part of the advantages that Modi secured for India was access to state-of-the-art technology from other private actors. And so I think, the pace at which solar has improved is extraordinary, and some 80% over the last 5 years in terms of cost per kilowatt. India can absolutely rival China and become a leader in serving the needs of its own market and global markets.
And can you explain a little bit more what it would mean for the Indian government or leaders in clean tech to actually implement OKRs? Why that's the right framework here?
Sure. The power of OKRs, and they're very applicable in a government or a corporate or a hybrid setting, is that they clearly identify an ambitious objective, one that's achievable but inspirational. And an example of one of those would be 450 gigawatts of solar by 2030 in India. That's what you want to have accomplished. The OKR methodology then says the next essential ingredient are the key results, and that's how we're going to get that done. And a comprehensive set of OKRs for that sector of the Indian industry would call out industrial policy, national subsidies, tax incentives as an example, investments in infrastructure for manufacturing. But of course, solar itself will not be the solution. We need to upgrade the grid for utility scale solar. And there's vast parts of India where you can meet the needs with more distributed systems, with so-called microgrids. Half of India's population, I believe, lacks power. Half of India's population lacks cell phones. I don't view that as a liability. I view that as an economic opportunity for India to leapfrog the mistakes that the West made and go straight to these new and job-creating technologies.
And how should all of this be coordinated? Should it be state-led? I think in the book you call for $20 billion of annual investment in India. Where does that come from, and who coordinates all of this?
So we should draw on capital from all the sources in the world, and those would include venture capital for basic R&D, growth level capital to scale up the deployment. In fact, I like to say that deployment is an innovation in its own right. We need both the technologies that we have today to be deployed, the now, as well as the new. Besides startup and growth capital, then there's a strong need for project finance. The federal government can play an important role in guaranteeing access to capital through loan guarantee programs. There's fundamental funding of research and development, which India has an abundance of great global technical talent. And then finally, there's a role for philanthropy to take on some of the toughest problems that the private sector or even government won't tackle. All those add up to, I believe, well more than $20 billion to get this job done if we look at all the dollars that are flowing through today through fossil fuel energy needs in India. Ultimately, by 2050, the International Energy Agency says for every nation of the world, we've got to stop using fossil fuels, stop using coal, stop burning gas, and move to a 100% clean energy economy.
And how will we sort of know when we've achieved our goals, right? I mean, right now we have that target that India has set out. What could you see the target changing as the situation develops? I mean, how do you sort of manage your OKRs, manage your execution if there's a shifting target?
Well, the genius of OKRs is you can select the time measures that fit the specifics of your plan. So most companies that are using OKRs set quarterly goals as well as goals in parallel for the next year. I might think that what's appropriate for India or other large nations is to set an annual goal as well as a 5-year goal. But the IPCC report, the science is really very clear, and that is that we've got to get about halfway to our global carbon reductions by 2030 if we're to stand a chance to get another halfway reduction by 2040 to get all the way to net zero by 2050. Bill Gates in his latest book, which I recommend, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, introduced the notion of something called the green premium. And that's how much more costly it is to use an energy or service from a carbon-free source as opposed to the typically cheaper carbon emitting source. And it's only apparently cheaper. If you factor in the full costs, clean energy is one of the best investments and bargains that we can seize. But nonetheless, Bill calls this the green premium. And so, Miles, in answer to your question about how we track our progress is to set key results for the end of 2022, and then for 5 years after that, 2027 or 2030, and track our progress. Now, in this OKR system, it's okay in the small to fail. That is, we may fall short of one of our goals. And there are, in fact, in the book and in the plan, 55 time-specific numeric measurable key results, a handful of each of them for every one of these big objectives we're trying to achieve. And if we fall short here, maybe we'll get there sooner on another one of those goals. Also, this allows us to do mid-course corrections so we can tell if we're on plan or not. I will tell you, for us to get this job done, I'm convinced of this. We need a plan. And I'm not telling you today that speed and scale is the only plan, but it is a plan where the numbers hang together and we get to the result that we need in the end.
Mm-hmm. Have you talked to people in India about these plans? What are you doing to sort of make people aware and get people aligned with these goals?
I've reached out to some industry leaders in India. I'd prefer not to mention their names, but I've invited them to join me in an India-specific version of this book. I think we can get that out in, say, 120 days, sometime before the middle of next year. We can update the plan itself even more quickly than that. But the book is a global book, and I want to add more stories from India because I'm so enthused about the opportunity for a clean energy future and the world's largest and most rapidly growing democracy.
Right. Are there any solutions that are specific to India? Any investments specific to India that have piqued your interest? Are you actively looking for things to back?
I am. I will tell you some sectors where I think there's particular promise, and that is, I think in the electrification of buses and trucks, that there's a combination of policy, infrastructure, charging stations. An electric bus is not an impulse purchase like an automobile. It's a dollars and cents, less pollution, better health, better economics of operation. So those are a couple. Another area that I think is essential is that we get all the enterprises in India to decarbonize their supply chains. And to do that, they need help in the carbon accounting and understanding what the offsets are that are valid. And so tools and services for those, I think, is a great area for entrepreneurs.
Interesting. it seems like recently, like many other places in the world, India has received an influx of venture capital this year. It seems like the public markets as well have also opened up more than ever to tech companies that might not be profitable on a GAAP basis on paper. Are you seeing any downstream effects already? Or to put it in another way, are VCs that are looking at India doing enough in clean tech?
So $10 billion flowed into India in venture capital last year. Over the last 5 years, only $1 billion went into clean tech investments. And I'm just going to submit to you, I think it's the greatest economic opportunity of the 21st century. In the early days of Google and Amazon, I took a lot of heat for declaring that I thought the internet had been underhyped. Well, I'm going to say to you today that the transition to a clean energy future, its time is now, and it has been underhyped. It's been underestimated. But you see very savvy business leaders like Mukesh Ambani declaring he's going to put $10 billion into clean energy solutions. One of the leaders in the cement industry in India is really setting the pace for the world in terms of low carbon cement. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity, not only to serve your local market, but the folks who move first are going to have, as China showed us with solar, the leadership position in these new economies.
And when you say this is the biggest economic opportunity, it sounds like you mean globally, but do you think India might have a bigger upside than other countries? I mean, how do you measure the potential upside from investing in clean tech in India versus other countries?
Well, I measure it in terms of size, and what India can do is skip the old dirty mistakes of the West and leapfrog right into a distributed, clean, renewable energy future with innovations in storage so that you have baseload power solutions. India is going to have needs, deserves, will deliver for its people greater energy per capita. We'll see growth in that and lower pollution. India shouldn't be dependent on foreign oil. It should have a reliable grid. That's the win-win of the clean energy future that I see.
Right, great. John, what else have we missed in our discussion already? I mean, we've gone over a lot. The clean bus point is really interesting. What else are you seeing coming out of India that might be of interest to a global audience?
Well, I think a good question is, what technologies besides clean technologies do I believe are well suited for Indian leadership and in the future? And I think that India has proven that it has skills in enterprise software, and so the move to the cloud is just beginning. All compute will be in the cloud. That's one area. A second area that I'm very bullish about is artificial intelligence, and I think that has the potential to be as big a technology as the move to the clean energy future. So I'd cite those two. I'm watching with interest the debates that are going on in Indian society around Bitcoin. I think in general, the digitization of finance is an important trend, and the government seems to be altering its stance on that as a policy and enabler for the future. But let me be super clear here. For clean technologies to win, they've got to deliver on both cost and performance. And in that regard, what that means is cleaner energy into all the homes in India. That's how we're going to win. That's how we're going to avert a catastrophic and irreversible climate crisis.
Great. Thank you so much for your time, John. And it was a pleasure talking.
My pleasure too.
जिंदगी के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। यू नो, वीड लव टू हायर यू बट वी फील इट विल मेक आवर कस्टमर्स अ बिट अनकंफर्टेबल। शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटा केट 11 की तरह ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है, क्या आप इंडियन हैं? और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
We are delighted to have India's Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav join us for this discussion. He's joining us from his office in the Labour Ministry, which happens to be his other portfolio that he holds. This conversation was recorded a day earlier, so unfortunately there would not be any Q&A from the audience, but you can certainly tweet or share your views on other social media platforms. And while doing so, please use the hashtag India in the world. That's one word, India in the world. So we'll begin now. As you're all aware, COP26 just ended in Glasgow earlier this month, and India was in the news for on more than one occasion. You know, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a few very key announcements at the start of the conference, and that included a new net zero emissions goal for India for the year 2070, something that the world was very, very keen to hear about. And towards the end of the conference, Minister Bhupendra Yadav made a very important intervention that led to a change in the language, over coal in the final Glasgow agreement. The language was changed from phase out of coal to the phase down. So, Minister, if you agree, I would like to begin with the coal part first. The intervention made by India on coal received quite a lot of support from other countries as well, but at the same time, it was criticized from a lot of countries, and it came under criticism from the civil society organizations as well. I'm sure the difference between phase out and phase down is not just semantics, but I would request you to unpack this a little bit in terms of a timeline for reducing coal usage. For example, what is the difference between a phase out and a phase down? And what is the sort of benefit that countries like India get by insisting on phase down and not phase out?
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate to you for organizing a conference on this relevant topic. And before we start the differentiation between the phase down and phase out, I want to say that India is committed for the clean energy. That is the reason India is among the few countries who achieved their NDCs, which earlier they announced. And in this COP26 at Glasgow, our Prime Minister announced the five Panchamrat also. I want to repeat that five Panchamrat, that India will bring its non-fossil fuel energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. India will bring its economy carbon intensity cumulative down at 45% by 2030. Our country will fulfill 50% of its energy requirement through renewable energy by 2030. And it's also make announcement by our Prime Minister that India will reduce 1 billion ton of carbon emission from the total projected emission by 2030. And India also announced that India will achieve that net zero of 2070. So as per the green energy is concerned, India is very much committed to the part of solution is concerned. But the terms phase out used by you, the phase out of the coal would mean putting a complete stop of coal, while the phase down would mean the proportion of coal in total energy use reduces, and that is also be done by the India. It is not a question of precise timelines, but the distinction being targeting of complete stopping of its usage when you say phase out, and in the fact that its use will eventually decrease, which is what you will call the phase down. And India being a developing country, phase down can be also relative in sense of its percentage of coal in overall mix would go down, but the absolute use of coal in terms of power generation and other industrial activity may arise. So I think both of these have to be taken into account. The usage of the term phase down as opposed to phase out was a consequence of a particular language that was brought to the table by the presidency at the last moment. And I want to tell you one thing that when we made a amendment, we said it was with the consensus of the presidency, because when the meeting was adjourned, it was a informal negotiation behind the stage also, and it was on the consensus. It was decided in the interest of the developing countries. India raised the voice of consensus, voice of the developing countries. So, what is the object of Paris is to as a CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. And one thing, we are ready to go on clean energy, but according to the national circumstances. That's the main thing of this, the main voice of the developing country, according to the national circumstances. And as for the fossil fuel subsidy is concerned, it is related with the poverty eradication program of the country also. So that's the reason, in the interest of developing countries, we raise these issues, and it was adopted as a consensus by the presidency itself.
Thank you, Minister. Your mention of national circumstances actually brings me to our next question, and that's about the net zero target for 2070. And as you are aware, and everyone else also is, there was this very great international demand for India to take a net zero target, just like a lot of other countries had done in the run up to the Glasgow meet. So I wanted to ask you, how much of this announcement that India made about 2070 net zero year, how much of that announcement was a response to this international demand, and how much of it is a planned, keeping in mind India's own growth trajectory, India's own national circumstances, as you mentioned?
I want to tell you that India's primary energy consumption is only about one third compared to the world average. So per capita consumption is very low as far the India is concerned. And India's announcement at Glasgow are considerably ambitious, but we do not believe in making empty pronouncement. So these are carefully considered. They are within the realm of feasibility, but they will require substantial effort. Our economy, is also rapidly and dynamically changing. No other country has had undertaken such ambitious target for greening their energy supply, while at a similar developmental stage as India. It is mistake to think that the India can undertake higher renewable energy target because renewable energy is cheaper. It must be remembered that India has one of the highest global deployers of renewable energy, even when it was more expensive. Though significant policy support for renewable energy and technology, its rapid development for renewable energy technology in India has in fact contributed reducing the cost of renewable energy also. Even as we go ahead, the goals that we have set ourselves and declared in Glasgow will require international financial and technological support. However, India recognizes that climate change is real and we have to collectively address. We are prepared to be more ambitious. It is up to the developed countries to support our ambition through finance and technology transfer, as was agreed at Rio Summit in the UNFCCC. So, India is the country who achieved its target, but on the other hand, as per the Paris Agreement, the climate finance is the responsibility of the developed countries. In fact, in the present Glasgow Declaration, they make a statement with a deep regret, but I think the regret is not sufficient to solution of this problem. They will come and provide a finance to all developing countries.
Right. Thank you so much. I'll come to international climate finance in a bit, but also I just wanted to press you a little further on this 2070 net zero target. As I said, how much of this is a response to international pressure, or have we planned it properly? I mean, is this 2070 date a result of an analysis that we have done, and we do consider that this is achievable, but probably we cannot reach that target earlier than 2070 as some other countries would have liked us to do?
So many measures taken by our country, and exactly, if I want to give you an answer, has already indicated in the speech of our Prime Minister at Glasgow. There are a number of schemes like the LED scheme, street lighting, etc., where there has been a considerable savings in emission because of the shift of the standard appliances or lamps that were used. Then there are the other projects, such as the project for making Indian Railway carbon neutral by 2030. All of these put together have an impact on the lowering and the projected cumulative emissions. And so these projected cumulative emissions are estimated to add up the 1 billion ton of 2030. And hence we could say that yes, we do have a roadmap for how that 1 billion reduction from projected cumulative emission could be achieved. We have a range of support and the long-term scenarios for energy and the emission. Studies have been commissioned in our country for various sources using different methodologies, assumptions, and technique. Given that the future, we have to assess that possibility, feasibility of each scenario and chart our way for the future. So the what announcement made by our Prime Minister in Glasgow, definitely we will achieve, and we are also making our concentrated efforts toward developing the hydrogen technology. For example, our Honorable Prime Minister has already launched the National Hydrogen Mission. We are making effort to ensure the affordability of this particular option, and this will have a huge implication for energy storage and the transportation. And in the era of climate change, we have to do both: assess potential roadmaps for emission given existing technologies, as well as try to innovate, develop and deploy new technologies. So that can change this roadmap completely, and definitely we will achieve that.
Right. Thank you. So I would now like to come to the international climate finance that you mentioned. Now, for the kind of transitions that need to be made if India has to achieve the targets, the new commitments that it has taken up, you know, India would require lots of money. Surely a part of it would have to be raised domestically through public and private finance, but some amount of international support, probably would be required to enable the kind of transitions that are required. But, are you making these new targets or these new commitments? Are you making them contingent on international climate finance, international support?
Definitely, so much aspect is there, and when we declared our 2070, definitely the financial expenses also be calculated by the government also. So earlier, what the programs have, India has already been initiated. I placed before you, and I want to say one thing that definitely climate finance is the major component to achieving the target of global net zero, not for the India, it's for the global net zero also. Because what we are facing today, that finance and technology transfers are two major things. Some steps taken by India for domestically, as the reducing of the cumulative 1 billion ton carbon emission, the roadmap has already been there, but the other factors definitely depend upon the finance, and it's a duty of the our developed countries to provide a climate finance to the all developing countries.
But sir, my question was a little different from this. What I wanted to ask is, would it become impossible for India or infeasible for India to fulfill these targets if no international support in terms of finance was forthcoming? Would India not be in a position to fulfill these targets if there was no money coming in?
What India is doing, because of our leadership, is very committed towards the solution. But what is the responsibility of other? First, they will say whether they are ready to fulfill or not. India is ready to fulfill its duty.
Right. Okay. There was in the 5 announcements made by Prime Minister Modi, Panchamrit, as you said, translates into a mixture of 5 elements. There was one announcement. After those 5 announcements, Prime Minister Modi also mentioned, a new figure of climate finance that was $1 trillion every year. Now, some have understood it to be a demand for raising the $100 billion ceiling, the floor amount of $100 billion to $1 trillion every year. But some have also read it as a demand or a requirement that India would have from now till 2030 to make the kind of transitions that we were just now talking about. So what is this 1 trillion figure? Are we asking it for ourselves, or are we asking the developed countries to raise the floor of $100 billion every year to at least $1 trillion every year now?
The voice raised by the India in the interest of the developing countries, and what promise was made in 2009 to today we are in 2022. I am happy that the climate finance definition and the further goal is to be decided by the future the ad hoc committee of the COP. It is a good decision taken in this COP of the Glasgow, but definitely it's a voice of the developing countries which India raised at the Glasgow.
So this $1 trillion is not something that we are seeking for ourselves.
No, it's for developing countries.
It is for developing countries together. Right. Thank you. Mr. Minister, I would not let go of this opportunity to also ask you about the prevailing air quality situation in Delhi. That's something that you are directly involved with. Now, this has become a recurring a recurring event every year. For the last 5-6 years, we have seen the situation worsen a lot, and we don't seem to be making any headway in progressively reducing the problem and making Delhi's air cleaner. So going forward, you would probably have to deal with this problem. Maybe you are already involved in with this problem right now. What are the few short-term and long-term things that you are planning, which makes Delhi's air cleaner than it is? And Delhi is just one example. I mean, several other cities in India are known to have very bad air quality. Therefore, in general, what is being done on that front?
You are very much right. I am very much concerned about the situation of the air quality in Delhi. From July onward, we started some work on the because there are two things: the weather as well as the geographical condition, the Gangetic area of this India. This air pollution issues rise in the every month of October to December. That is there. But this time, compared to the other year, we are able to reduce the air pollution quality compared to the other year, but I think it is not satisfactory even that this year also. But we started some new innovative things also. First, we will make sure that in the next coming year that uh, all industrial units in the particularly in the NCR area worked on the gas. So that's the one thing. Second, we are also committed to work on the vehicle pollution also. Third, this time the NTPC issued a tender for the purchasing of this raw material of the paralis, and this time NTPC is able to purchase 3,000 ton. The tender is so big, so next time there is a problem with the rate problem is there, but next time how this we will make this tender more effective. The parali will be used for the more biofuels that we will start, and the other measures we are also taken with full caution. So long term measure is there as well as the short term measure is there. Tomorrow I am going to Bombay. Now we started area wise to deal with the air pollution problem. So tomorrow in Bombay we are going to be organize the meeting of the 5 states situated to the western part of the country. In next month we organize these 5 conferences in the different part of countries, and the area wise we make a long term and short term strategies with the stakeholders, with the local bodies as the state governments as well as the experts also. We take their opinion. That is the reason tomorrow I'm going to Bombay and recorded your interview today.
Yeah, thank you. And just for our audience who might not be familiar with the term parali, it actually refers to the agricultural waste that is burned, and that's considered to be one of the main reasons for the bad air quality in Delhi, particularly during this season, just as the winter onset nears. But Minister, we have been talking about targets that we have taken on the climate change front. Do you have any targets for the for clean air as well? Are we progressively moving towards some sort of targets that we want to achieve in the next 5 or 10 years with regard to air quality, not just in Delhi but the entire country?
Entire country we established 100 in 132 cities. We are air pollution monitoring mechanism we have already been established. We have already started a one portal that's called a Prana. It's associated, it's linked with our ministry's website. We are regularly monitoring the air quality of all 132 cities in India, and tomorrow onward we are starting this meeting to discuss with the policy issues with the stakeholder as well as the state government, and we are able to achieve to target as per the mission announced by our Prime Minister, the Clean Air Mission India, that we want to be achieve the target by our Prime Minister.
So are you in a position to assure us that at least next year it won't be as bad as this year? There would at least be slight improvement from what we have seen this year.
Yes, we will try, and I am determined to do it.
Thank you, Minister Bhupendra Yadav, for joining us and answering our questions in detail. This interaction would be available on demand for at least 30 days on the event website, so you can go and check it out. And in a few minutes from now, I would be discussing the business aspects of India's new commitments, the new climate goals that we have announced, particularly on the renewable energy side, with Dr. Praveer Sinha, who happens to be the CEO of Tata Power, which is one of the oldest and largest energy companies in India. So please stay tuned. Thank you.
Renewables such as wind and solar are becoming cheaper than fossil fuels in most parts of the world, but they need storage to provide a reliable, steady source of energy to power grids. That is where batteries fit in. Lithium-ion batteries, used in mobile phones and Tesla electric cars, are currently the dominant storage technology. They can be placed anywhere and provide power to the grid very quickly. But cheaper, longer duration storage technologies, most of which are not yet cost-effective, will also be required. More than 97% of the world's energy storage is currently done by pumping water up to a high reservoir and then releasing it, which drives a turbine to create electricity. The reservoir acts as a way of storing energy, but these systems may be limited by geography and increasing water scarcity. Today, though, billions are being invested in other storage technologies. In China, they're building the world's biggest vanadium battery. Vanadium is a raw material used by the steel industry. They use large tanks of separately charged electrolytes to store energy, which makes it easier to expand capacity than conventional batteries. But vanadium prices are highly volatile, which could have an impact on the cost of production. Critics believe technologies need to be based on more abundant materials, such as aluminium, sulfur, calcium, and antimony. Others are trying natural and physical solutions. A German company is storing energy by heating volcanic rock from Norway with electricity to at least 600 degrees Celsius. The energy can be stored for a week, but the target is to dispatch power overnight. Another option is hydrogen, produced through the electrolysis of water using electricity. It could store energy for longer periods of time than lithium batteries in underground caverns or depleted oil and gas fields. But despite their various advantages, these technologies will find it hard to beat the manufacturing scale of lithium-ion, which has been driven by the surge of investment in electric cars over the past decade.
Life on Earth. Anyone who has ever stepped outside can appreciate the value and the richness that the natural world brings to our lives. But right now, we are destroying nature much faster than it can be restored. So if nature is so valuable, why are we so bad at preserving it? One reason is that that value is very hard to measure in conventional economic terms.
There's a disconnect between appreciating the damages we are causing and embedding it to our own way of economic thinking.
It's been a free resource, which it can't be. 75% of our land is now damaged, 66% of our marine life, and many businesses are starting to see these pressures.
This disconnect between nature and the economy is evident in the level of financing available to projects that protect plants and animals and their habitats, which is somewhere between $80 to $90 billion a year. That's just a fraction of the total that's needed to reverse the loss of species that we see today. But if the economics were different, could businesses be incentivized to protect the natural world? And would investors follow suit? The challenge is that many of the benefits of nature are intangible, and the costs of destroying it often go uncounted. But it turns out there are a number of ways that you can measure the value of nature, and some of them might surprise you. Too often, nature has been seen as a source of unlimited materials and a free dumping ground for industrial output. But that could change if we start to count the cost of destroying natural habitats. Professor Partha Dasgupta is leading a review into the economics of biodiversity for the UK Treasury. Part of his work is to look beyond the market price of natural resources.
Many resources have a market price, but they're wrong ones. So, for example, a fishery has a market price. You can buy and sell fisheries, as we do, farms, for example, fish farms. But that's not quite the issue, because the shrimp farms, for example, are extremely polluting. They discharge salt and other chemicals that adversely affect neighboring paddy fields, for example, if you happen to be in Sri Lanka. That damage needs to be costed and deducted from the value of the fishery.
Costing up the damage from one fishery is one thing, but applying that thinking on a global scale is another. While economists are trying to change the framework of our economic thinking, businesses are not waiting around. For many companies, the cost of climate change and the impact of damaging nature are already too apparent.
We see businesses being worried about stranded assets. We see disruptions in the business process. So investing in nature on the one hand means mitigating risk.
Paul Pullman is a former chief executive of Unilever. He now leads an organization calling on other CEOs to change the way they do business to safeguard natural resources.
Broadly, business people know what needs to be done. Where the challenges come in is the complexity of the issues and a feeling for, yeah, we know that we want to restore it, but how can I, as a business, integrate that into my business models? And one of the things that are absolutely needed to make that evolution at the speed and scale is to put a price on these scarce resources. Put a price on water, put a price on carbon, and put a price on forests. I've said many times, as long as a dead tree is valued more than a tree that is alive, we are in trouble.
Underlying all of this is the idea of natural capital. That means valuing forests and other habitats, not only for the goods they could be turned into if they're chopped down, but for the services they can provide if they're left standing. Ecologists already understand how nature acts as a climate buffer by pulling huge amounts of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
Through photosynthesis, plants convert CO2 in the atmosphere into reduced forms, which they use to grow, and that carbon enters plants and soil pathways. And as soon as it's there, it's essentially scrubbed out of the atmosphere. And so these natural processes offset about 1/3 of our global carbon dioxide emissions every year.
This has made planting forests a very popular option for companies that want to offset their carbon emissions. But Colin thinks restoration projects could do even more.
You know, we can go there and plant pine trees and they grow great. They sequester carbon, but they're not restoring any of that native biodiversity. And so when we do restoration, we're looking to hit both of these goals, both this sort of nature-based climate solution of sequestering carbon, but also addressing sort of this habitat loss and this biodiversity loss. You know, this is one of few climate solutions that also has the opportunity to actually address the biodiversity crisis.
That awareness is starting to work its way into how businesses and governments think about conservation. At the same time, something just as significant is happening in the financial sector. Investors are finding new ways to fund nature-based projects. HSBC is launching a new natural capital fund, which will invest in projects that restore nature and deliver financial returns.
It will invest in real assets, so in land, in forests, in mangroves, and the returns will come from long-term preservation, as well as the goods and services or goods that will be generating with those assets, so food and timber. So we're trying to establish nature-based investing as an asset class in its own right, that pension funds, insurance companies, asset allocators would make a discrete allocation to in the same ways they would real estate or infrastructure.
This fund is the first of its kind, and it doesn't have regulatory approval yet. But if other asset managers follow suit, it could start to unlock some of the financing that's needed to repair nature at a large scale.
जिंदगी के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। You know, we'd love to hire you, but we feel it'll make our customers a bit uncomfortable. शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटा केट 11 की तरह। ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है कि आप इंडियन हैं, और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
Welcome back, all of you. We are now joined by Dr. Praveer Sinha, CEO of Tata Power, which, as you know, is one of the largest and oldest energy companies in India. Very warm welcome, Dr. Sinha, and thank you for joining us. We have been discussing India's climate change plans, the energy transitions that are taking place, the new commitments that were announced in Glasgow, and how all these fit in with India's overall growth trajectory. Companies like yours are the key enablers of these transitions that we are seeing. So first of all, I would like to have your views on India's new commitments as they were announced in Glasgow. Two of these directly relate to renewable energy, and the other three are also very intricately linked. So I would generally want to know, how do you see them? Are we moving in the right direction with the right kind of pace?
Thank you, Amitabh, for having me on this event. I think the announcement which was made by the Prime Minister in COP26 was a very ambitious announcement. It talks about the long-term commitment of 2070 as the stop date for non-carbon generation, so zero carbon by that time. And it talks also about 2030, wherein we will have nearly 50% of our generation from non-carbon, and also that we will have 500 megawatt of non-carbon generation. So I think it's a very, very ambitious target that the Prime Minister has set for the country. And the Mission 500 is something which requires huge amount of work. Just to give you a little perspective, India has today about 101 gigawatt of renewable power. It has about 46 gigawatt of hydel power. So we are about 150 gigawatt. We are talking about 500 gigawatt by 2030. So it's nearly 350 gigawatt in 9 years, which really means that every year you would do something like 40 gigawatt. India has been doing about 10 to 12 gigawatt every year for last 5 years. So I think considering the ambitious goal that has been set, there is a great opportunity, and I feel very confident that this is something which is definitely doable. It requires a lot of support from all the stakeholders, from government side. The policy interventions needs to happen. The regulatory regime needs to be more robust. And so also the manufacturer of equipments, the project developers, and mind you, this is not just the large utility scale, but the distributed generation also that can happen. So this will be a decade of huge action in the renewable space in India. And I think this is a great opportunity for India to make an impact globally of the commitment that it has made for itself.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, and you make very pertinent points. And India is already one of the fastest growing renewable energy markets. But when we speak to some other players as well, and you also have pointed out, they do say that some more reforms need to be tried out. They need to be introduced. So where do you see the bottlenecks in the renewable energy sector in India right now? Now, what are the 2 or 3 things that you would like to see happening in the next couple of years, maybe, wherein, as you correctly say, we probably have to leapfrog from 10 to 12 gigawatts every year to about 40 gigawatts every year in the next 9 years?
So I think there are 3 spaces where I would recommend that the government of India needs to support. The first is that the distribution companies in the country, they have a challenge in terms of their financial viability. They have huge amount of losses, both financial loss as well as operational losses, and that needs to be set right. Now, whether it is through a privatization process or the new amendment that is proposed in the Electricity Act, where the distribution of power will be delicensed and bring in competition, I think that needs to happen very quickly.
Right.
The second space that I feel is about the distributed generation opportunity, the rooftop solar, and I'm not talking just about the residential, but commercial and industrial consumers who can go for 100% renewable energy. I think that's a space that, again, there are a lot of regulatory issues which are there in terms of cross-subsidy charges and also the open access that can be given to them. That needs to be taken care by making it absolutely seamless for the users or the consumers to go in for the rooftop or even ground-mounted solutions to meet their full requirement of renewable power. The third is about the rural areas. India has nearly 30 million pump sets, out of which 9 million pump sets are still run on DG set. The solar pumps are only 300,000. Government has a very ambitious plan under Kusum to make it about 3 million. But we are still talking about 30 million who can be actually solarized. And I think that's the opportunity where the country has, that how do we provide the opportunity to the farmer that wherein they not only are able to till their land and get water for that, but also can solarize their pump sets and use the energy not only for themselves, but also for selling it to other industrial and commercial consumers in the villages. So I think 3 of these steps will bring about a huge amount of traction and change in the way energy is produced and used in the country.
Thank you. Also, a little bit about your own company. Tata Power is one of the most prominent players in India's electricity sector right now. Is your company also aligned to, say, India's overall target of producing at least 50% of its electricity through non-fossil sources? Currently, I think you already do about 33% from clean sources. So what are your plans of taking it further to at least 50% in the coming years? And also on other fronts, what is your own company doing?
So Tata Power is the oldest power company. We are 106 years old. And it started with hydropower plant with the objective of producing clean and abundant power to supply to Mumbai city. 2 years back, we took a call that we need to demonstrate leadership, and not only in thought, but also in action. And we said that we will become net zero carbon 2050, much before anyone in the country said about that, any utility said about that in the country, or even the country's target of having a net zero carbon. In fact, in last 2 years, we have worked on this, and we now expect that we will become net zero carbon before 2050. In fact, we may become by 2045. And we are working that can we further improve on this. The second area is that we took a call that we will only add renewable capacity. We have now nearly 31%, which is non-carbon generation, which includes hydro and renewable. And we have plans that by 2030, we will become nearly 75 to 80%. Right. So in the short term, we have a very, very ambitious plan that we will grow the portfolio of renewable power. And we are definitely looking at much more than what the country has planned for itself. And that's where I think Tata Power will demonstrate leadership in taking steps which will help us to move towards zero carbon or no carbon electricity for our consumers.
Right. Dr. Sinha, also in the last 10 years, for example, at least in the solar power sector, there has been a huge jump, at least in the installed capacity in India. There's one thing that probably the low-hanging fruit has already been plucked, that we have made a very fast journey from a lower base to where we are right now. But the further journey is going to be much more uphill, much more difficult. So based on how the progress that we have made in the past, a similar kind of projection for the road ahead is we are not in a similar situation. The forward journey is going to be much more difficult. Do you share that kind of concern on at least on the solar side?
Actually, I don't feel that it is going to be very tough. We are a very large country with a huge access of energy, and we can do this much easier. In fact, this is just tip of the iceberg. Right. And we have still not started doing large-scale rooftop solar. And again, for industries, for commercial, for domestic consumers, if you see our total penetration of rooftop solar in the whole country is less than 4 gigawatt. Our total solar is just 47 gigawatt. So there is a huge opportunity, especially for a country like India, where we have more than 300 days of sunshine. Right across the country, in most of the parts, you have very good in solar level. And there is no reason why we cannot tap this opportunity to maximize generation through solar power. Secondly, I think the distributed power, we have 600,000 villages in our country. There is no point in taking electricity from far-flung places, from cities and towns into these areas. Rather than we can generate again solar energy with storage and with maybe bio-CNG or biomass, and produce that power and use it locally rather than bringing it from long distance. So I think there is a great opportunity. It requires a little bit of comprehensive planning and delinking it from the existing arrangements that we have, whereby you have the monopolistic distribution companies who are supplying to them and are not in a position to meet the requirement. The business model will undergo a change. The technology will undergo a change. And I think this is a decade in which India can demonstrate that not only can we have distributed power solutions for villages of India, but also how they can be scaled up and replicated in the sub-Saharan Africa and other places in the world where universal access of energy is still a challenge.
Right. I wanted to ask you about the International Solar Alliance. Now, that institution is supposed to galvanize global action and, power everyone towards the renewables, particularly solar. So, I wanted to understand, how does the International Solar Alliance help companies like you at the ground level, in particular, or say, how does it help India's renewable energy sector in general?
So, International Solar Alliance was set up post Paris Treaty, and the objective was that all countries between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can become members, and there are more than 130 odd members who are there. The objective was that how do you leverage and bring good quality technology, as also how do you bring financing for these countries to meet their overall energy requirement. Unfortunately, the money has not come. So while the platform is very powerful and it has huge number of members who are participating in these interactions over there, they do not have the resources to go and implement. And I have been very closely associated with them. They have phenomenal game plans, and the One Sun, One World, One Grid program is also being catered by them. But I think they need resources. They badly need money for carrying out many of the programs and initiatives that they have planned for not only India, but all the member countries.
And also on this One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, it is a very, very powerful idea. But how realistic is it to implement that kind of an effort on a global scale?
I am always very optimistic whenever such program comes. They are very difficult conceptually. They look very easy, but when you start implementing it, but it is definitely doable. And why I say this, itself has been in a position to link to various neighboring countries. We today bring power from Bhutan, we give power to Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So this is not something which cannot be achieved. In Europe, you have the Nordic grid, which is there. The Nordic countries are connected, and also to many other parts of Europe. So interconnectivity of grid is not something which is absolutely new. We definitely have solutions. How do we link it? How do we come to commercial arrangements, which is a win-win for everyone? Those are the basic challenges. And of course, how do we arrange the resources? The 100 billion from 2020 onwards is still awaited. And I think it's important that not only we start putting money in that 100 billion kitty, but also enhance it. And many of the solutions that we are looking for the globe, we should be able to put it together if we have the adequate resources.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Thank you very much for joining us. You made very pertinent points. For the audience, in a few minutes from now, I would be joined by Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and also Sunita Narayan, Head of Center for Science and Environment, for a live discussion. Please continue to be here. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। यू नो, we'd love to hire you, but we feel it'll make our customers a bit uncomfortable. शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटक 811 की तरह ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है कि आप इंडियन हैं, और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
A very warm welcome to everyone who has joined in this discussion on the race to net zero. Is India on board? I'm extremely pleased to introduce to you our guest speakers today, Ajay Mathur, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and Sunita Narayan, Head of Center for Science and Environment. You would most probably be very familiar with both these personalities. Both of them have been long-time observers of and also actors in India's climate policy. Before we go ahead, I would like to let our audience know that you can post your questions in the Q&A box on your screen. We will try to take as many of them as possible towards the end of the discussion. Also, please feel free to share your thoughts on social media or tweet about this discussion. While doing so, please use the hashtag India in the world. That's one word, India in the world. So let's get to the discussion now. So as you are all aware, India finally chose a net zero emissions target year for itself, 2070, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced it in Glasgow. Net zero announcement was not a standalone promise. In fact, it was part of a bouquet of new pledges that broadened and strengthened India's existing climate commitments. That bouquet also placed the net zero target year in the proper context. So let me begin with Sunita Narayan first. Sunita, I would request you to tell us what you make of this 2070 target. With the kind of actions that India is currently taking on climate, uh, does the 2070 goal, does it sound like an ambitious target? Is it a realistic target? And also, quite importantly, is it in sync with India's global responsibility on climate change?
Thank you, Amitabh, and thank you for inviting me for this discussion. Let's be very clear. The net zero target was set by IPCC for the entire world. The world needs to move to net zero by 2050. Now, if given the disproportionate contributions of countries to the crisis, it is also very clear that if there is a global target, then the developed countries, the historical emitters, and who are even today current emitters, needed to move to net zero in 2030. That's when China would move to net zero in 2040, and then the rest of the world, including India, because India's contribution, either in the past or the present or even in the future, is not equal to China,
would have moved in 2050. Now, given the fact that the world actually shifted this target, and I think very deliberately in a way to occupy more of the carbon space to 2050, and China made it 2060, obviously India would have no choice but to say 2070. Now, given the fact that climate change is real, given the fact that it is urgent, it is very clear that all countries, particularly the countries who need to step up to the action, need to do that fast. Your other question was, is India's target ambitious enough? And so if you set aside the 2070, I think the more important part of India's commitment is the fact that India has actually said that we are talking about 2030. And what they have set aside, what they have said for the first time, put a quantified target to say a billion ton reduction, 1 GT reduction between now and 2030. Now, our own calculation shows that if you take it on a per capita basis, that literally means that India is talking about reducing its per capita, which is already going to be rather negligible by 2030 to even more, less than 3 tons per capita, which is less than any country in the world in 30. That to me is ambition, and it is equitable. Now, to me, the bigger question is not just what you have asked, is it ambitious enough? But I think the biggest challenge for India and the world is going to be how will it be made inclusive? Because there are very large numbers of people in India, very poor people. So if we are already reducing our per capita lower than the rest of the world, how do we make sure everybody gets clean energy, access to energy? So we will continue to discuss it, but in my view, India's target is ambitious. It is challenged to be able to reach it in 2030, and I think the bigger part of the challenge is also going to be the making sure that everybody has a right to development, which means a right to energy. Of course, we would like it to be clean energy.
Right. And I think I should have also asked you whether the announcement actually surprised you, or were you expecting it?
Amitabh, I have been at many COPs, you have been at many COPs. We know that I mean, to me, there is a pressure for all countries to walk the talk. And India didn't need to make this announcement because, quite frankly, our contribution, as I keep saying, is not up to the level. I mean, we would have upped our our emission intensity target, which we have also done, which will also mean now sectorally each sector will have to come up with a roadmap to be able to reduce those emissions. But I think I think it's about making sure that we are able to walk the talk, and that all countries now are put under pressure to be able to walk the talk. I mean, one of the biggest demands that CSE had made was not just that the developed countries need to up their target for 2030. We said, do not talk about net zero. But we had also said China needs to be in the spotlight. And I think all this talk about India, I don't think the world has still got the courage to talk about China. And in my view, China is yesterday's United States.
Right. So I'll move on to Dr. Mathur. Dr. Mathur, most of India's climate actions, our previous commitments as well as the new ones that were made in Glasgow, they are hinged on how we do on the renewables front, particularly solar energy. So, as head of an organization that exists solely to promote and push solar energy across the globe, how are you helping India in achieving its climate targets? First and foremost, the 2030 targets, because this is what will ultimately put India on the road to net zero in 2070.
Amitabh, many thanks both for the question and for this opportunity. At the end of the day, the growth of solar depends on solar electricity prices at night. Already in many, many, many geographies in the world, including in India, solar electricity is the cheapest form of electricity when the sun is shining. In India, we have found this price to be 1.99 rupees per kilowatt hour compared to 3.5 rupees per kilowatt hour for coal-based electricity. The problem is, and this is a problem not only in India but in every country around the world, what happens when the sun is not shining? In different parts of the world, depending on the fossil fuel that is used, whether it is coal or gas, that electricity becomes the cheapest electricity. And therefore, the greatest challenge is how do you get round the clock solar electricity that is cheaper than fossil fuel based electricity? This is what the transition now hinges on. It's been a step by step process. The International Solar Alliance believes that in the next 4 years, between 2022 and 2025, we will start seeing, including in India, that round the clock solar electricity, solar plus batteries or solar plus pumped storage, or the one or interconnections which allow solar electricity to move from countries where there is sun to countries where the sun is already set. Through one or more of these, we will have round the clock solar electricity that is cheaper than fossil fuels. Once that happens, after that, it would be very difficult for fossil fuels to be financed. They will be more expensive and they also lead to greenhouse gas emissions. Consequently, after that, the real challenge will be how do we get the most the countries where there is greatest difficulty in getting finance, how do we get solar investments into those countries, into those regions, into those homes? But I believe that the immediate challenge is one of ensuring that round the clock solar electricity becomes competitive with fossil fuel based electricity.
Right. Thank you. So I'll actually come to that around the clock solar electricity in a bit, but also, I wanted to ask you about this uh, ISI initiative of One Sun, One World, One Grid that we saw getting launched at Glasgow. But first, let me also, bring in Sunita Narayan once again about the more immediate 2030 targets that you also mentioned. We have in Glasgow, we came up with a new set of commitments, which are a step forward on our existing commitments. Do you think this step forward is actually a significant enhancement on what our existing commitments were, or are these mere incremental increases, and this would have taken place in any case?
Amitabh, I think they are very significant increase on our commitments. Let's be clear. Three major issues. Number one,
Right.
India has said 50% of the electricity that will be generated in 2030 will come from renewable, not even new, renewable sources. Okay. Now, what does this mean? It literally means, as Ajay has so correctly and so wisely put, it would mean that all future investment in India for energy will come in the renewable sector. It does mean that our coal plants will because remember, from now to 2030, energy use in India will also double, increase even more. Okay, which means that you're talking about our calculation shows that instead of the 450 gigawatt target that India had set, we are talking about, if we are planning to meet 50% of our needs from renewable, we're talking about upping our renewable target, if you take just new renewables, to about 750 gigawatts. If you take hydel in it, it would be close to 680, 700 gigawatts, something like that, which means that it's a substantial increase in our target. It also means that on the coal question, if you look at the CA's report, which is really where this data has come out, CA is talking about by 2030, India, instead of meeting 80% of its electricity needs from coal, would meet around 50% of its electricity needs from coal, 56%, which means that's a substantial reinvention of our energy system. I mean, that is big, Amitabh, under any circumstances. We have also said that um, we will take on a higher emission reduction target. To me, the emission reduction target is a very interesting, very important one, because it would mean sector wise we would have to come up with some benchmarks, because each sector will count now, whether it's transport, whether it is industry, which is cement, aluminium, steel, and of course power. So if you're looking at this, and agriculture, and so we in some senses for the first time will have to have a climate plan where we benchmark where we are and where we will need to go in each sector. And that is really, I think, very important. I think it is important for us to have done. In my view, I am seeing this within the framework of co-benefits, because as an environmentalist, we are already pushing that coal is one of our biggest problems when it comes to local air pollution. So if we can actually find a win-win where coal, which is a big problem, I mean, today Delhi is choking. If you look at the key reason why Delhi is choking today is the fact that coal today is much cheaper than clean gas or electrified energy, which would include grid-based solar and anything else which comes through the electricity system. And it is used across NCR. It is burnt in small boilers across NCR. Inefficient use of coal, very polluting. So we have to move out of coal for our own reasons. If we can do that in a way that we can also reduce our GHG emissions, I think that's a huge bonus.
So, that's what Dr. Mathur is also saying. We need to change the economic incentives for using coal, and instead of that, promoting, making your renewable sources much more economically viable. And one way of doing that, as Dr. Mathur, you pointed out, is to ensure that somehow solar uh, becomes is able to take the base load. You are able to make solar power available throughout the 24-hour cycle. Uh, and one big, very ambitious project in that direction that was unveiled at Glasgow by your organization is the One Sun, One World, One Grid. Now, it is, as I say, it's probably a revolutionary idea that ways. How realistic do you think it is to create, that kind of linked grid at a global scale? Now, we have seen smaller versions of that. It's already in operation in some places. We see it in Europe, in Germany and some other countries have that kind of system. Nordic countries have that kind of system, but to recreate that on a global scale, that's a very big challenge. So how realistic is that project? At what stage is that project in right now? And where do you think India comes into this? How, what kind of role does India play into creating this, and how much can India benefit out of this?
Amitabh, the one sun, one world, one grid is about creating connections between regional grids. So there's a regional grid in East Asia, which we connect to South Asia. There could be a regional grid, say, in the Gulf countries, which is connected to India on one side and to the African grid and the European grids on the other side. Why? Because in all of these grids, we can generate solar or, let's say, renewable electricity. And either because the country needs or the region needs green electricity, for example, Singapore needs it, the nearest place which has a lot of land is Australia, a connection makes sense. Or, as I said earlier, if East Asia needs it at night, then India could produce it during India's day and supply it to East Asia during East Asia's night. And similarly, the Gulf region could produce it during the Gulf day and produce it and send it to India at India's night. So The key challenge again is the cost has to be such that it is less than that of fossil fuel based electricity. But because during the day when the sun is shining, solar electricity is already the cheapest electricity. We need to ensure that these cable connections have transmission costs which are less than the power cost of electricity at the other end. So the price of solar electricity in India plus the cost of transmission from India to East Asia, if it is less than the price of electricity in East Asia, it will sell. That is the driver behind the one sun, one world, one grid idea. The challenge, of course, is under what conditions will this be economically viable? There is a certain amount of flow which will make it viable. People say it's 2 gigawatts, but it's an answer which is yet to be ascertained. There is a distance which people talk about, possibly 4,000 kilometers till where this makes cost sense. What we did, the International Solar Alliance did, was ask one of the leading international organizations involved in this, and particularly the Singapore Australia link, which is EDF, Electricité de France, to carry out a study to look at what these costs will be and what the benefits will be. We expect that the EDF study would be out by the end of this year, in another month or so, when we would have a better idea of the priority connections which could make economic sense. We also the OSOWOC also now is a international effort. There is a steering committee of 8 countries which is leading this, and that steering committee will now make the decisions regarding where, when, how, and getting the regions together to talk about it, getting countries which could be the two terminals of the lines to talk. Ultimately, it's about these bilateral countries getting into agreements, getting into setting up the regulatory mechanisms through which this electricity can flow.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. I'll get back to Sunita on. We have spoken about the opportunities that are there. We have talked about you know the new targets and the opportunities that it creates, but also we need to discuss a little bit about the challenges that are there. What are the some of the challenges that you see in India achieving its near-term targets, the 2030 targets? One of the things that India has been repeatedly flagging is the lack of adequate international support in terms of money. What are the other things that you see in terms of, say, on the policy front, on technology, or on improvement in investment atmosphere in the country? What are some of the challenges that you would like to highlight?
So I think, Amitabh, the biggest issue for me, as I said, was really about the cost and the fact of affordability. Ajay has will know this much more, but it is still very clear that given the state of our energy system, and it is pretty much in disrepair even now, we are just not getting affordable power to vast numbers of households in our country. The irony of power in India is that we use the dirtiest source of power to make power and the cheapest source, and yet when it is delivered to households, is possibly the most expensive power in the world. Okay, so you look at this: 1 rupee 50 paisa coal, 120; solar now 270. Solar, of course, is adding to the grid, but the bulk of it, still 80% is cheap coal. And yet, if you look at the delivered cost of it, it is too expensive. And that is why the unreliability, the unaffordability of the grid is adding to a tension on both ends. On the end where the rich live and the rich consumers are, they are finding it is too expensive for them to depend on the grid, and they are actually opting out of the system. And that's where solar rooftop installations and captive coal based power plants are growing in India, because they are opting out, saying this is too expensive, we cannot, this doesn't make our industry competitive. On the other hand, because less and less money is coming to the discoms, and the discoms in any case are in complete state of disrepair, and government after government hasn't been able to put them in shape, um, the poor are basically getting energy at cost that they cannot afford. And so they are basically finding also their own ways of being able to, get the electricity, which further drains the resources of the discoms. So, and this is the energy system refurbishment, to use a very sort of non-energy word, is critical for the energy system reinvention for the future. There is no way you can talk about a 2030 target without getting some of these basic issues sorted out, because if it is too unaffordable, then you will not get energy in the hands of people. And remember, I mean, Amitabh, I don't need to say to you or to Ajay, you know this more than anyone. The fact is, energy is about development. Putting energy in the hands of people, poor people, is critical for livelihood, for development support. So it is very clear that the energy system transformation is going to be our biggest challenge. And it's not just about building the solar plants, but about revamping and reworking our energy system. And it's the same with many others, where I think the opportunity is more. And maybe we are front, I mean, energy system requires sort of rework, but say mobility, transport. I mean, most of our cities have not built our transport networks yet. Most of our cities haven't motorized yet. The opportunity here is to actually get the investments right, so that you can walk, you can cycle, you can take um, an auto rickshaw, and then you can take a bus, and then you can take a metro, and then you can take a tram. But you can do that without having to get into a car. So I think that's the real reinvention, because the Western world is still not talking about reinventing its mobility system. They are still looking for very small solutions, which is why their emission reductions are still a figment of their imagination, and their emission reductions are all based on what they're hoping to do is to use the market for cheap credits. So let's be very clear, it is not just about us walking the talk, but most countries in the world have never walked the talk.
Yeah. So the question of affordability, that was one of the main reasons why the ISI was set up. It was supposed to make solar accessible and affordable to everyone. And I remember when ISI was being set up, it had identified three areas where now it could make a difference. Through aggregation of demand, through standardization, and through R&D. So, how has ISA been faring on all these metrics, Ajay?
You're absolutely right. These are hard of reducing prices. I think the first area in which a huge amount of effort was done was solar pumps. And as far as standardization is concerned, we looked at a large number of applications and therefore sizes, the kinds of combinations between the pump and the solar panel. And based on that, a number of standardized uh, specifications were agreed to. Then we looked at, amongst our member countries at that time, what would be the demand. It came out to, I think, 270,000 pumps, a little more than that. Now, we were fully cognizant of the fact that ultimately procurement is done by procurement agencies. ISA is not going to do procurement. And therefore, what we did was carried out a price discovery bid for these 277,000 pumps. The price that we discovered was approximately half of the price of solar pumps in most countries. I will not say India, but in most countries which were members of the Solar Alliance. And now you are seeing that many of these countries are getting into agreements with suppliers of solar pumps, including India Shakti Pump, which was the first company to produce five-star pumps under the BEE pump rating, and using that price metric to be able to go ahead. On the R&D side, the Solar Alliance has not really been able to move ahead very much. There is a process of bringing in researchers, understanding what are the challenges. A journal has been launched to bring together not just on the technology side, but also on the commercial side, the policy side, the financial side, so that there's a broad understanding of what is happening. However, it will be too much to say that the Solar Alliance has contributed to pushing the R&D agenda as yet. I hope we will do it in the future, but it's still work in progress.
Right. There are, few questions from the audience, and I think it's time we start taking a few audience questions. It's not directed at any one of you in particular. I think whoever wants to take it can take it. The first question is about nuclear-based power. Can nuclear-based power generation be an alternative to traditional fossil fuel-based power plants? So I think Sunita, I guess you might be wanting to take it.
I mean, Ajay can take this as well, but let me just add my
Yeah.
two bits to it. I mean, as an environmentalist, we're not in favor of nuclear because of the cost and as well as the dangers of waste. Um, um, I also believe that nuclear, however important it may be from a climate point of view, it will be difficult because let's be very clear, there is a clear NIMBY on nuclear, and rightly so. Nobody wants a nuclear plant in their backyard. Okay, and especially after Japan and the accident there, and that is why all plants for new locations are getting are running into trouble. Now, my biggest question in India is that we have nuclear plants and they contribute a fraction to our energy supply. And the question that we should be asking our current nuclear establishment is why don't they step up? Instead of us talking about new nuclear plants, why and what is stopping them? They have the land, they have the plant, they have investment, they even have a cabinet minister. So, I mean, what does it take? It's the only energy source which has its own cabinet minister. So, I mean, I think it's important to have, I think it's a cabinet minister now. I'm a little out of touch. Maybe they don't have a cabinet minister.
It's
But
it's still a minister of state. It's not a
it
cabinet
used
one.
to be, I remember it used
Yeah.
to have the
Yeah.
only energy source. And we used to always say, actually, cow dung is a bigger energy use and that have a cabinet minister. But I think for me, nuclear has all these issues. But I will leave it to Ajay. He is much better at this.
Well,
Right.
my viewpoint is even today, the electricity that is produced by nuclear plants is not picked up by the electricity distribution companies because of cost.
Right.
If we move to safer, smaller, what are known as the small modular reactors in the future, if they are cost effective, maybe we have a different ball game altogether. But with the current technology, I don't see us moving ahead.
Right. Okay. So the next question is why isn't industry regularly inspected and fined for ecologically unacceptable practices and for creating toxic waste or excessive carbon fumes? I think this goes directly in your court, Sanita.
Thanks, Amitabh. I mean, I think that's a brilliant question because it really does hit the biggest problem that we have is deterrence. Okay, compliance and deterrence. At the end of the day, we have a lot of, you know, let's be clear. Environmental issues have gained center stage. People talk about the fact that we must not add to pollution burden. We must not. Industries must be responsible. But there are two problems. One, we have not invested in the institutions which have to ensure compliance. Okay, those institutions have become weaker over time. They have become less. There's huge staff issues there. There are huge issues of modernization of the monitoring systems, of the lab systems. And the second biggest issue is that we have a very weak law for deterrence, because the deterrence system in India is so convoluted that it basically requires, it basically means nobody can really be fined, which is where NGT and other courts have been coming up with these shortcuts to say, okay, we can't really prove you have done this as part of the legal process, but and so you will never be held to account, but you have to pay this fine. And so they've set up these fines for payment based on different things, but those are not really again being paid. There is also the often the fines are lower than the problem that exists. So I think India, for cleaning up its environment, has to invest in deterrence. Now, deterrence is a double-edged sword, because the minute you increase the price of deterrence, you have a higher transaction cost. Because people say corruption बढ़ जाता है अगर आप deterrence बढ़ाते हैं. But the fact is, without deterrence, you cannot get compliance. So you need to invest in deterrence and in the modernization and the strengthening of institutions so that there is more accountability. Those are the two things that we need to do.
Right. Thank you. I think we are running out of time, so we'll just squeeze in one more audience question. And this is about the railways plans for 2030. And this is something that the government has been talking about repeatedly. So, how pragmatic are the Indian Railways targets for achieving 100% electrification by December 2023 and net zero emitter status by 2030? Who would like to take that?
I think Ajay will be in a much better position to take this guidance.
Well, let me look at it and put it this way.
Yeah.
Electrification of railways is a long standing effort. And very, very clearly, even today, approximately two-thirds of the freight that is moved on Indian railways is moved on electrified tracks. To move towards complete electrification is a very clear possibility. Whether it will be 2023 or 2024 or 2025 is ultimately a matter of the institutions that are set up to enable this electrification. We need to see what are the kinds of institutions to accelerate the electrification. This is a key issue. The second is the net zero emitter status. Now, this essentially means that the electricity that they are purchasing would be non-carbon based electricity. Either they set it up themselves or they buy it from the grid. This is a bigger challenge, and this is much more related to the larger issue of the availability of adequate amounts of zero carbon electricity at night. The trains run all the time. And therefore, again, it is largely related to our ability to get cost effective electricity and hope for cost effective zero carbon electricity at night. And hopefully, this move by the railways will provide the incentive for non-carbon electricity producers to produce it at night, so that, because they have a ready buyer. I hope this will serve as a stimulant. But I think the key challenge is what are the kinds of institutions that we set up to meet these goals. Sunita talked of sectoral goals. That's amazingly important. Unless we set up sectoral institutions, both on the planning side, on the implementation side, These are not run of the mill business as usual kind activities that will be achieved.
Right. Thank you, Ajay. I think this brings us to the end of the discussion. Uh, Thank you, Sunita. Thank you, Ajay, for joining us. Very informative discussion. I hope the audience found it useful. To everyone who wants to access this session later, this would be available on demand for at least 30 days on the event website, so you can access it there. In a few minutes from now, we will start our next session that will feature Rachel Kite, Dean of the Fletcher School of the Tufts University and one of the foremost experts on climate change. She would be in conversation with Anil Sasi, who is National Business Editor at the Indian Express. So please stay tuned in for that. This is all from this session. Thank you, our guest speakers, and thank you for everyone who joined in.
Bye-bye.
जिंदगी के सफर में लोग कदम कदम पे हमें जज करते हैं। ये अतरंगी, ये क्या एक्टिंग करेगा? अब इसी नाप तोल के चक्कर में कई दरवाजे खुलने से पहले ही बंद हो जाते हैं। मैडम, सिंगल लेडीज को मैं किराएदार रखूंगा तो सोसाइटी मुझे रेड लाइट दिखा देगी। we'd love to hire you, but we feel it'll make our customers a bit uncomfortable. शादी और इससे अंधी हूं क्या? अफसोस कि लोग ये जांचते हैं कि आपका सर किसके सामने झुकता है, आप कहां से आए हैं, किस खानदान से हैं, कमाते कितना है। काश जिंदगी में सब इस बेंच की तरह होते हैं, सबके लिए एक समान। ये बैठने वाले से उसकी उम्र, जात, पात, औकात, रंग, रूप, वेश, भाषा कुछ नहीं पूछती। बिल्कुल कोटा केट 11 की तरह ये भी आपसे कुछ नहीं पूछता, बस एक सवाल पूछता है कि आप इंडियन हैं, और अगर आप हैं तो आपका स्वागत है।
Good evening. I would start by welcoming everybody to this session with Rachel Kite. Ms. Kite is the 14th Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University. A professor of practice at the school since 2012, she is the first woman to lead the oldest American graduate-only school of international affairs. Prior to joining Fletcher, Ms. Kite has served as special representative of the UN Secretary General and has worked in sustainability development roles at the World Bank, the IFC, and other organizations. She is a veteran of many Conference of the Parties summits, including COP26 at Glasgow. Before we start off, I would encourage those who've logged in to ask questions at any time via the Q&A box on the right of your screen. We will try and answer as many as we can towards the end of the discussion. You can also share your thoughts and tweets on social media using the hashtag India in the World. If I can get this interaction started with a broad question on what's been achieved at Glasgow. If one were to try and make sense of the outcome of the talks, in large part, the measure of success or failure will probably depend on where a person lives. Those in the island nations of the Caribbean or the South Pacific, for instance, are probably likely to see the outcome differently from those elsewhere. The ones in the developing world, again, among the worst sufferers of climate change incidents, would continue to view the outcomes through the prism of per capita emissions, or harp on the demand for common but differentiated responsibilities based on the historical burdens of the past. So given the complexities involved in trying to qualify the outcome of an event like this, how do you, both as an academic and a summit veteran, view the Glasgow negotiations and its final agreement?
Well, thank you, Anil. It's a great question, and it's a frustrating answer because there were some important steps forward, and you can argue that the process works, but it's not working fast enough, and we are so far from being on track that there's real reason for concern, and we have an enormous amount of work to do. So just very quickly, there's an ambition gap. We need to cut emissions drastically over the next decade and into the 2030s, and all of the total sum of the plans that governments have show that we are adrift. We're sort of heading on a trajectory of 2.4 degrees, and we need to be 1.5 degrees. And the difference between 2.4 and 1.5 is life and death for cultures and communities around the world. And that's not an overstatement. I think the science is unequivocal on that. And so we failed to ratchet up to a pathway of 1.5 degrees at this COP. So now we have to come back next year and the year after, as the developing world really demanded, with stronger ambition plans. But then there's the gap between ambition and action. So these are pledges, these are plans, they have to be put in action. And you saw real tension between some of the bigger countries who were saying, look, this is our plan, but this is how we're going to implement it. And other countries who have plans but no real sense yet of how it will be implemented. And then for developing countries and middle income countries saying, this is our plan, this is how we will implement it, but we will need finance and support to be able to do so. Then I think the final 2 points is that there were is an inadequate response to the need to adapt to climate change. Developing countries need a lot of help to adapt. They also need us to start providing the resources to them based on the historic fair share idea of who created the problem and therefore who should be helping put money away to pay for the loss and damage that communities are facing. And then finally, running all the way through COP26 was finance. The transfers of public finance from the developed world to the developing world that were promised and that haven't been met, those promises have not been met, and they will perhaps be met in the next few years. But also you saw an extraordinary mobilization of the private financial sector around a retreat from heavily carbonized assets and commitments to be net zero themselves by mid-century and with big pledges for 2030 as well. Now, you can fire a blunderbuss through some of those commitments. So we have to work on credibility, accountability, transparency of those kinds of commitments so that we have integrity in them. But even if some of those commitments could fairly be accused of greenwash, many of them are real. And the size of the movement, the $130 trillion of assets under management that was being cited, that there is definitely something going on within the financial markets. And so the question then becomes, how do you take all of that private finance that is looking for green assets to invest in and make sure that that finance flows into economies around the world? So we probably have as many questions coming out of Glasgow as we answered in Glasgow. So it's a cup half full, cup half empty.
Right, thanks. In terms of timing, the conference came right in the middle of a crushing global energy crisis across Europe, North America, China, India, where countries were forced to ramp up their reliance on fossil fuels. Do you perhaps see that as a latent factor that had a bearing on the course of the negotiations?
Well, I think it definitely has an impact on the question of how countries manage the implementation of the commitments that they've made. But the EU's commitment to a 55% cut in emissions is locked in. The UK's commitment, for example, is locked in as well with a legally binding commitment to net zero. The US has not got an implementation plan. That's sort of moving through Congress right now. And then, of course, China has an energy crisis as well. So I think it goes to the politics of the implementation of these commitments. It also is an opportunity for the rump of the climate denial movement and those who are more populist in their outlook to sort of suggest that the reason for the price crunch is a too fast a move towards renewable energy, which is not borne out by the facts of the matter. I mean, for example, in the UK, an underinvestment in storage is a very significant contributor to the price surge, not the move to wind energy, for example. But I think it also probably affected the way that China articulated what China's position is, in that China had in the days before we arrived in Glasgow, published very detailed plans in a very Chinese way, the N1 plan, on how it will reach a peak of emissions and how it will plan to wean itself off coal in particular. But I think it was probably stymied in how much more it could say about that, given the very real concerns around the energy crunch, the lack of energy in China, and the fact that they've pivoted away from coal at great speed. So I think that probably held them back from a more robust articulation of the fact that they actually do have something that would be akin to an implementation plan of their ambition. So it was definitely a factor, but I think that there is no doubt about the direction of travel and the speed that is needed in that direction of travel. It's just a question of how smoothly the energy system accounts for that, and the fact that the energy system was an energy system that was built on centralized power coming from fossil fuels. And as we unwind that, we're learning about what works and what doesn't work.
On the specific issue of the role played by India and China, perhaps on the interventions towards the end of the final agreement process on watering down the language on coal, how significant do you see that as as something that sort of queered the pitch on the road to perhaps sharp and shake?
Well, so that's a great question, because I think that overall, I don't think it matters that much whether the language said phase down or phase out of coal. The economics of coal won't change, and the exit from coal is underway. And the question is just really how quickly and how justly that transition is made, and how much the international community comes together to help countries that are heavily coal dependent to decommission and move away from their coal quickly, very much like the agreement that was announced in Glasgow for support to South Africa, for South Africa's just transition coming from a presidential commission, with international aid coming to help them move away from coal quicker and invest in the green energy that would replace it. So I think overall that direction of travel is there. But what I do think the significance is that the British presidency in that final 11th hour was very clear that, if you want to object to this language at this point in the negotiations, you need to do it, you being China and India, you will need to do that from the floor, and you will have to speak in front of developing countries, small island states, landlocked countries, least developed countries, and you will have to explain to them why you want this change in language or why you won't approve this language. And I think that that speaks to a dynamic then within the United Nations amongst developing countries, and the very real differences between the big middle-income countries and China and the least developed countries in terms of what they need, the support that they need, and how urgently they feel the need for a transition this decade. India got the bad rap. I'm not sure this was India's move alone. There were certainly China and others were very keen to keep to the G20 language of a phase down, not a phase out. But that's always the delicate dance of diplomacy in these final moments of these kinds of negotiations. But China and India had to object to that language in full face of all of the small island states. And that will be a dynamic then for the next year as we run up to an African COP at Sharm el-Sheikh.
We have a couple of questions in from the audience. Post COP 26, how fast and how much of the climate finance would be granted to meet the net zero ambitions of the developing and emerging economies?
So thank you, Alex, for the question. So there is a totemic political commitment to a transfer of $100 billion of climate finance from developed countries to developing countries from 2020 on, that we should have reached 100 billion in 2020. We didn't. The reporting coming into Glasgow was that we were about 80 billion, and then there was another pledge from Japan that was received in Glasgow, but we're not at 100 billion. So the commitment then was that this would be reached in 2022 or 2023. And then by 2025, we would be achieving at least 100 billion every year. And so what happened in Glasgow is that then on the back of that, there was also a discussion of what kind of amounts should follow from 2025 to 2030. And there's a process now being established to sort of get to an agreement on that. Which is all very important politically, but we're talking about needing trillions of dollars of investment in green infrastructure and management of land. It goes far beyond that, but it goes to the very heart of the problem of, is the developed world going to be there for the developing world as we enter into this era where we're experiencing extreme climate impacts already, and that doubt, that question mark about whether the developed world is really going to stand in solidarity infuses all of the negotiations. I think that we also failed to agree a mechanism for loss and damage. This would be a separate mechanism for funding for the losses and damages that are being felt by developing countries. So there was an agreement to have a dialogue about what that mechanism might look like. But there was also some success in making sure that some of the proceeds from carbon markets would flow into adaptation funding and to loss and damage. But I think what we also saw then were a number of important commitments outside of the negotiations, which would indicate that there is finance there and that it could flow. And so if you had trillions of dollars of private sector commitments about moving to net zero, and we had developing countries articulating what their needs were, the focus then moved to the transfer mechanisms, IMF, the World Bank Group, multilateral development and development finance. And there is language in the Glasgow COP that basically says these organizations need to be fit for purpose for a climate emergency, and a feeling that they're not yet. And so for developing countries, the cost of capital, access to trade regimes which they can benefit from, green bond markets where perhaps the benefit from the green bond is felt in the country issuing the bond, not just in Europe, for example. These structural issues really came to the fore in Glasgow. They will have to be resolved, not necessarily in a climate talks, but they should be resolved in the G7, the G20, the board of directors of the IMF, or the governing board of the World Bank Group, for example.
There's another question on the growing demand for change and improving technology being attracted to fuel that demand will fill the gap in the COP26 pledges as we head towards the near future, both on the technology side and on growing demand for change. Your views on that?
Yeah. So I think that there's a lot of technologies that are available today that are not deployed at scale. and that if we were to move more quickly through that aspect of the transition, we would do well. And I think here India plays a very important role. And it's 6 years since the International Solar Alliance was established, and this vision that you could solarize, as it were, the tropics around the world, I think is just getting to the point where we could start to realize it. And so there's opportunities for Indian investment, but also for India's vision of solar to really take hold now across Africa, across other parts of Asia. I think this is very important. So we need the kinds of transmission lines, the kinds of smart grids, and then the actual solar generating capacity to be able to speed up that transition. So that's not a fuel technology that we haven't invented yet. That just means we need to deploy at scale. Secondly, you see the emergence of discussions around green hydrogen, and certainly this was definitely the hydrogen COP, and sort of big arguments about how quickly the price of green hydrogen can fall, then how you could run hydrogen through gas infrastructure to lower emissions, and then eventually how you can build green hydrogen. But the green hydrogen opportunity should not just be in the North Sea or in parts of Europe, but I think that obviously you see Chile, obviously Australia, Indonesia, Japan, other parts of the world really are advocating for a green hydrogen push because they have the ability to generate excess renewable energy that can be turned into hydrogen or ammonia. And then, of course, there's always the discussion about the next generation of nuclear technology. But there are things that we could be doing now, including with biomass, etc., that would extend access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy that would make a big difference in economic development terms. So I think that techno-optimism is definitely in the climate discussions, but I think we saw more and more discussion about deployment, about the structural economic barriers to why things aren't going more quickly, and also the whole discussion around access, that we have to extend energy services to people, and we have to do that cleanly, and that's going to mean deploying technologies which are already at hand.
Right. There's a related question on India. You've touched upon some of it in the last answer. What are the prospects of Western nations opening up a robust credit line for India, countries like India, so that India can implement advanced net zero emission technologies in the longer run?
So I think that perhaps lost a little bit in the coverage of Prime Minister Modi's speech in Glasgow was which tended to focus on the net zero pledge by 2070. Importantly, was the commitment to 50% of electricity production to be clean by 2030, which is a very rapid advance of the electricity sector in India, and then was the request for like $1 trillion to help India manage its transition. I think, as with many other things, helping India make its transition is not only good for India and therefore good for the world, it's actually good for the world in terms of India then being a platform for understanding how to do things and how to replicate at scale. And so, I think solar energy is one, but then there'll probably be other areas where investing in India's transition makes sense as then a springboard to more global change. But I think there's also real questions around, as countries make their transition, what happens to all the bad assets? And this, of course, is a significant question for India. So as you transition to greener and cleaner energy, the coal assets and are now in many countries going to end up on the public balance sheet, right? These are not invested in by private companies, so they're either state-owned enterprises or they're financed by state-owned banks. And so in many countries around the world, we will need to design mechanisms for managing bad assets. Now, this has happened before in economic history, either in the banking crisis in Sweden, where a bad bank was created to manage those assets out, or in the transition at the fall of the Iron Curtain in the 80s in Europe. So we know something about how to do transition economics, and also how to make this just so that people who are working in those industries don't suffer. But the scale with which we will have to manage bad assets in a number of countries, including India going forward, will demand, I think, international support. And so we will have to start thinking about the design of these mechanisms fairly soon.
Would there be a few metrics that you'd perhaps watch out for between now and Cairo in terms of how we take forward whatever's been decided at Glasgow, and have something concrete on the agenda when the leaders meet again at Sharm el-Sheikh?
So the three things to watch for is, one is that we actually have really bad data on emissions. So many countries submit their plans and the data is very old. There's a big time lag, or actually just false in some cases for different reasons. And you'd think that if we were in the middle of an emergency, we'd have better data. So there are lots of private initiatives around that as well, improving it. But I think this becomes an issue that has to tighten up. Secondly, you're seeing lots of private initiatives around knowing what's going on in real time. So we see coalitions around satellite technologies and remote sensing, etc., to give us a real-time view of methane plumes coming from gas infrastructure, but also from other sources, including land-based sources. So, for example, from the melting permafrost. And so we will have much better real-time data around point source emissions and emissions. But we don't have the technology to have really good a sense of emissions coming from degraded land and from deforestation. So that's one area. Second is the Secretary General announced an expert group to try to put guardrails around private pledges of net zero. So we have cities, regions, financial sector firms, from insurers to asset owners, asset managers, banks, and then private companies all pledging to net zero. And we need to know whether those pledges are real, whether they're being pursued, whether they're on track. So that you will see, I think, a lot of tightening up around the credibility and integrity of private pledges, and some frameworks for how that can be reported on. So you can imagine that we have a roof under which we have state actors and then non-state actors, and we will know where everybody is in the promises that they made. And then thirdly, look for the carbon markets. We finally agreed, after 6 years of negotiation, that the rules for the next generation of market activity, the trading of carbon credits. But there is a voluntary market which is moving quite quickly, again with accusations of greenwash. And so I think in the coming year, you will see the iteration of guidance for claims if a company is buying credits from, let's say, a country that has excess credits, so a Gabon or a Colombia or a Ghana, a country with big forest cover. And so hopefully by the time we come to Sharm el-Sheikh, we will have a little bit more transparency and credibility, and then hopefully accountability around the claims that people are making to know whether in fact we are on track or not.
I think we'll wrap up with that. Thank you, Ms. Kite, for sharing your thoughts and views. I would like to remind the audience that all the sessions from this webinar will be available on demand for a minimum of 30 days on the event website. We would like to thank all our speakers and our sponsor, the Kotak Mahindra Group. This is the last event in the Financial Times Indian Express series for 2021. We will keep you updated on our plans for 2022. Till then, stay well and stay safe. Thank you.